Yeah.
no shades on. Hustle real hard, no days off. Hold me down unless we all get caught up. Young boy, like Braveheart. You know what it is, you know what it ain't. Get it how you live, take it to the bank. Night time, don't get jumped. Bike ride with the clip top. Had them all ops copy, slipping the store clerk. Got the cops involved. My pops came through in a clutch before I saw the autopsy. Image you in the streets, though, but not this long. Get out the way, but I make this money. Sky blue drip, head is real sunny. DEA ain't get none from it. Jury found no guilt, you be all still judging.
Countdown. I'm your host, Reese Kinder, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Frank and Jaden. Today's matchup is between Auburn game of the area tournament, so hopefully Auburn gets an advantage here since they're the host of this tournament tonight. Now we're going to move into the keys to the game segment. Guys, what are your keys to the game tonight?
Although they are a young team, they are a mature team, and they're looking to use their good team to win tonight's tournament.
Jaden?
I will say that for Smith Station, it's just staying consistent. I've seen in all their losses, they never won a set, and in all their wins, they never lost a set. So just stay consistent from top to bottom, and you'll be just fine.
Well, so now we're going to move into the player profile segment. Frank, who is your player profile for Auburn?
My player profile is junior Gabby Springer, middle blocker slash right setter. She is number 7. Gabby should be an impact player for tonight's game. She is the tallest player on the team, and that helps her when it comes blocking at the net. Look at her to be effective in tonight's game.
Jaden, who is your player profile for Auburn tonight?
I have the junior middle blocker, number 1, Campbell Fettner. She was a big help against Columbus, and she's looking to have another big game here tonight.
And that's going to do it for AHS Countdown. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the game.
Yes, again, America will play the national anthem. The winner of this match will face the winner of Central Opelika for the Airport Tournament Championship tonight at 7:30. At this time, we'd like to welcome the Smith Station Panthers as we introduce each player. Number 13, Kimberly Gilmore. Number 2, Ashton Sellers. Number 21, Carly Cooper. Number 23, Latasha Judkins. Number 4, Libby Parker. Number 20, Emerson Green. Number Bass. Number 18, Mackenzie Lester. Number 20, Number 22, Addison Tharp. Number 8, Rebecca Cooper. Yeah. And now welcome your Auburn High School Lady Tigers.
Hello and welcome to Auburn High School. Today we have the 7A area tournament, Game 1, Station Panthers, and I'm really excited to commentate 3 in a row for y'all. We got a packed night. Max, what should we expect from Auburn in this very first game against Smith Station?
So Auburn, I mean, they're coming off of 2 straight losses, recently. But the last time we them, they looked really good, and I'm talking about last week on senior night when they beat Columbus, a very good team from Georgia. They beat them 3-0 straight sets. And so coming into this game, just looking at their season in review, they finished the season at 20-19 overall, going 3-0 as well in 7A Area 4 to earn the 1 seed in tonight's single elimination tournament. And you heard me right there. It's a single elimination. So if game, you're out, and you're possibly out of the playoffs. Auburn possibly has a chance if they win this game against Smith State. But for Central, Opelika, and Smith, I don't see their resumes being good enough to make the playoffs without an area championship win tonight. But that's why tonight's important, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, Smith Station not having the season that they've wanted so far. So playing the number 1 seed Auburn Tigers, I mean, they could really upset a lot of people in this gym.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting. I thought it was 1 versus 4 and then 2 versus 3. No, it's actually 1 versus 3 and 2 versus 4. So Smith Station actually finished in 7A Area 4 behind Central and Auburn. And then the number 2 seed Central will face later today after this game against the number 4 seed Opelika. A bit of a different format, but hey, it gives the Smith Station a chance to, take out the top dogs first. And yeah. So, I mean, very exciting night for Smith Station. Looking at their season in review, they finished 7-10 overall, and then, like I said, 1-3 in the region. So they ended up finishing 3rd in 7A Area 4. So coming into this game, if you're Smith Station, you cannot start slow. You cannot start flat. You cannot start slow. You need to come out here and show them that you're ready, and you need to honestly – this first set might be a must-have for the Panthers tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, as we walked in the gym, we actually saw two new players for the Tigers, Reese Wagden and Olivia Thornquist. So, Max, what do you have on these 2 players?
So Reese Wagden, you'll see she's playing in number 11 tonight, and I'm looking at it right now, and I don't think she's out there starting right now, but she is on the bench. A very good player, obviously, if you're getting brought, especially when it's a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal.
And we are off in Auburn High School. Serving for the Panthers right there was 19, Mackenzie Lester. There's a point for Smith Station. So coming out of the gates, number we shouldn't get to that one right there.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, if you're Smith Station, you need to start fast in this game. I mean, because you cannot, like Columbus did. Columbus, they had a really close first set against Auburn, but they just weren't able to string up 25 points to win the set.
And there we see the tying shot from Mackenzie Farr. Max, we talked about Mackenzie Farr last week in the Columbus game. What should we expect from her tonight?
Number 3, Mackenzie Farr, the outside hitter, one of the senior leaders. You'll see if you're in the stadium right now, or in the arena, excuse me, you'll see on the walls, they have the posters for all the seniors. Number 3, Mackenzie Farr. Number 4, Leah Beeson. And number 12, the libero, Adeline Lassiter, who's serving right now. I mean, Mackenzie's just a difference maker, really. She's just a difference maker, and she has so much court IQ. I mean, it's insane.
Great serve right there by number 12, Adeline Lassiter, like you just said. Kind of hit the hands of the Smith Station player a little bit weird, causing it to go out of bounds.
Yeah, and it almost looked like it was drifting out of bounds a little bit there, too. So, I mean, honestly, I think it still would have fallen in bounds, but, tough call there for the Panthers player.
And we saw the power on that hit from number 23. She is actually not on the roster, but, I mean, showing why she should be on the roster with that power on that outside hit.
Yeah, I know, just not able to get net though, and that's, like I said at the last game, it's missed timing. You jump a little bit too early, or you just have a little bit too much power. Don't always want so much power on all of these hits. You want to just time them right and time them well and get them to the right spots.
We kind of saw that from Campbell Fentner just a few seconds ago when she barely tapped the ball over net with precision. Mackenzie Farr with the amazing hit. And that's just an easy point for the Tigers right there. Smith Station teamwork was kind of off there. Communication was off. I saw multiple people go for the ball at once.
Yeah, you saw them. I mean, multiple of them trying to almost clearing the bench there, trying to get it out of bounds. That's why you got to communicate, and it's something that this Tigers team has improved a lot. I haven't seen much of the Smith Station team, so I'm not sure. So far, though, it's not looking great.
I mean, we talk about communication. We just saw it from Auburn right there. Number 2, Molly Smith, was one of the players in on that. Just couldn't get the ball over the net. I mean, it was almost under the net. Would have been an incredible shot right there.
Yeah, Smith is usually, she's usually one of the she usually doesn't make those mistakes. Although I remember in that senior night game, I'm pretty sure she didn't start. for her, but Beeson actually check in for number 16, Maddie Dickinson. This Auburn team has so many good players. I mean, the entire core is stacked. So this Auburn team, very deep and looking to impose their will against the Panthers.
Serving for the Tigers right there was number 9, Eliza Hill. And what a dig right there from number 2, Ashlyn Sellers on Smith Station. But Auburn,
and then I know you just looked down at the roster, but then Campbell Fentner just got the point for Auburn, and Campbell is one of the best players on this team. I know I throw that word out there a lot, but I mean, she is a true leader at that middle blocker position up there. Not necessarily the tallest player, although she is, she's kind of like I'd say the median height for a volleyball player, but she really makes up for what she lacks in height. She makes up for, and as you see right there, I mean, just able to reach up and hit the ball on the other side of the net.
Auburn now up 7-2, taking a timeout. We're actually going to stay here because in volleyball, the timeouts are really not that long. We'll probably see these teams come to the courts in the next few seconds.
Yeah.
But Max, what have you seen? I mean, so far, 7-2, Auburn dominating this first set.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's happened so fast. I mean, it's like I blinked and Auburn's up by 5 points, but you're right. I mean, Auburn is just controlling the entire court, and especially with their vision right now, you see like Mackenzie Farr and Campbell Fentner all being able to hit their spots, on the other side of the net. But also just communicating on their side and making sure that they don't, run into each other or miss a ball because they're all on one side of the court. It's really good here from the Tigers. Great start.
Yeah, I mean, before we went live, Auburn is hyped for this game. They know that their playoff chances may not be the best if they don't win this area tournament. So they're looking, like you said, to impose their will on Smith Station and Opelika Central in this championship game.
Yeah.
What power right there from number 23, not on our roster from Smith Station. But I mean, second row that we've seen her absolute power on that spike.
Yeah, I have a distinctive feeling that there's one player that's not numbered on our roster, and it's Alina Medrano. I have a feeling that's her. I don't want to assume. But, I mean, yeah, if that is, Medrano's having a night right now.
Another just wonky hit. I mean, a wonky dig right there from the Smith Station Panthers, causing it to go out of bounds.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Smith Station, you just got to stay composed, don't let the moment get to you because it is a big moment right now. I mean, if you lose this game, your season's most likely over. So you need to, just stay calm and hit the balls where they need to be hit.
Checking in for Auburn is number 6, Zoe Stow, who just had that amazing serve, and number 20, Connolly Etheridge. Connolly actually on JV at the beginning of the season got moved up to varsity.
Yeah, one of those players like we talked about with Wagner and Tom Quits. Sorry for if I'm mispronouncing that. But, no, yeah, one of those players that, I mean, she's just really worked her way up and has been able to earn her spot on this varsity team.
I mean, if you're Smith Station right now, you're down 10-3. Not the best look so far.
Yeah, you stole the words right out of my mouth. Not the best. But, hey, we have a lot of game to play still, and, they still have a chance.
Zoe Stow serving for the Tigers again, the defensive specialist, but also the serve specialist. I mean, 3 great serves in a row. She's going to set it on up to Connolly Etheridge, try to get that power. I mean, we talked about Alina Medrano, maybe.
Hopefully.
Her power.
Yeah, possibly.
But, I mean, a little bit too much power on that one, causing it to go out of bounds. And serving for the Tigers again, number 6, Stow.
And that's like I said, I mean, you don't always have to hit it the hardest. You need to hit it controlled and where you know it will go in and will cause the other team some havoc.
Adeline Lasser, the captain of this team, communicating with her team and causing, Auburn up. Now 12-3. This has been an absolute domination in the first set.
Yeah, and I don't even want to say Smith Station is playing bad, but, I mean, it just doesn't seem like their head's in the game right now. Like right there, it seems like a pretty routine dig there for Sellers on the Smith Station Panthers team, but, I mean, I don't know. And you saw right there, I mean, Medrano, amazing hitting power. She hits it better than I could ever do, but, just hitting it over, I mean, it's not going to do it for you if you're the Panthers.
Serving again for the Tigers is Stow. I mean, her serves have been absolutely on point, gaining 5 points in a row just on serves.
Yeah, and she's very impressive because she was on the team last year actually as a freshman. So, I mean, and we don't see that a lot. We actually don't see it at all this year, even though this is a very young Auburn team. But, I mean,
Connolly
Stauff
Etheridge-
is really skilled player.
Connolly Etheridge, not the tallest player. I mean, she's got hops.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, making up for what she lacks in height and athletic ability, just able to peek over the net just a little bit and hit it down to where the Panthers can't control it.
I will say, with the score being 14-3 also, I mean, you're seeing just different levels of class right here. Smith Station on the serve, just no communication. Everyone going for the ball, and the ball's just landing inbounds on the court or out of bounds.
Yeah.
And Auburn, I will say, the setters, I mean, they're looking one way, and they're setting it backwards. It's causing Smith Station to just be off.
Yeah, it's not even like, their communication or their spacing is bad, because I see they have most spots of the court covered up, but it just seems like they're moving, almost at like 0.5 speed. Like, I don't know if like they got tired on the bus ride here. Like, I'm not even trying to, down a team. I'd never down a team, but if you're Smith Station, you got a lot to talk about in this team huddle right now.
And we're going to see another timeout with 50 seconds left on this timeout. 16-3 in the first set. Auburn just absolutely dominating this game. I mean, movement. There's a lot of movement for this Auburn Tigers team. Not so much the Smith Station team. I mean, they're just kind of standing still. Like you said, 0.5 speed. Just not moving around the court, not getting to where the ball is.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about, how, this Auburn team, there's so much movement. I mean, you even see before they actually serve the ball, they're all in almost like a single file line, like they're ready to go to lunch at school, I mean, so this Auburn team, they can confuse you with that movement. If you're the Panthers, you need to just stay calm, do your stuff that you practice throughout the week, and just stay calm and try and get back in this one. It doesn't need to all come back at once, but you cannot let overflow.
Here's a Stow.
They should that ball.
I think Campbell Fettner tipped that one a little bit. And and Adeline Laster with the amazing dig right there.
And you're just seeing full team effort from this Tigers team right now.
I mean, that point was, that was masterclass.
Yes.
There's nothing else about it. It was a complete masterclass. Communication at an all-time high. Getting the ball over the net when, it looked like they were in trouble.
Yeah, that was, if you're looking for what high school volleyball is at its finest, that was it right there. You saw Stauff with the dig, and then finally you saw Etheridge with the hit across the court to get them the point.
Beeson with that amazing power. One of the 3 seniors on this team. That was just masterclass. A masterclass spike right there. Sorry,
you're
lost
absolutely
at words.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's actually one of the first hits I'd say though that Auburn has hit it to where Smith Station really just wasn't at. And just great placement by Beeson, and we know she can do that. She just proved it right then.
Last year communicating with the team. Etheridge both went up for the ball, but the communication is off the charts right now, saying mine, mine, mine.
Yeah, and you see right there, Auburn able to get the point there off the violation there by the Panthers. You're just seeing just this Auburn team from where they were when they played Prattville Christian at the start of the season to where they are now. They've just improved as a team, and that's what you love to see, especially if you're Coach Carter there on the sidelines for this Tigers team.
Talk about, you got to give props to him. Young team coming into the season, losing a bunch of seniors last year, including Ellie Pate, who actually is playing at East Carolina right now. He rallied this young team. We might see Auburn volleyball, make a run for years to come.
Yeah, I remember early on in the season where they were like, 3-9, or 4-8 or whatever, and they've been able to work their way back to a winning record at the end of the season. And it's not like they're playing easy opponents, too. 4 of those losses come to top 10 teams in Hoover, Vestavia Hills, Thompson, and Enterprise, and they played them all close. So, this Auburn team really showing why they're here tonight and why they are the 1 seed and they have a chance to go to the playoffs tonight.
Score is now 22-3. Stow with, 10 serves in a row. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, she's definitely not getting, annoyed about that, You love it when you're...
And, right there, number 18, we haven't said her name yet, Mackenzie Lester for the Panthers.
A sophomore.
That was an amazing hit, over the back, kind of tricking the Auburn Tigers right there. They thought she was going to, set it up to one of her outside hitters, but she put it on her own.
Yeah, and maybe that will get something started for the Panthers.
22-4 now. Auburn Tigers are easily leading the Smith Station Panthers. And that was just out of the reach from last right there. That is number 24, Grace Allen, the middle hitter for the Smith Station Panthers. I mean, placed in a perfect spot, and last to get to it, the best player on Auburn, I would say.
If you get it to that back corner, especially when you're basically what I call block fighting now, watching a lot of women's volleyball, when you're at the net and you're just hitting it back and forth, if you're able to sneak it into that back, nobody there usually most of the time. So.
And Stow getting to that one, and Beeson getting it over the net. I mean, like a master player.
Looking like Sports Center top 10
Sports
right
Center
there.
top 10. AHS Countdown
goodness.
top 10.
I wish we had replays right now, but we don't currently tonight. But if we did, that play would definitely be one of the top ones you'll see tonight. You just see Beeson, just full on, and it gets tiring out there, running all around the court on this hard basketball court, and Beeson just giving it her all and ending up getting Auburn the point.
Great rally going on right now. Both teams try not to give up this point, 23-5. Smith Station knows that this first set is almost over if they let this point go. And the brick wall right there, Gabby Stringer and Connolly Etheridge, I mean, just insane. I mean, super tall players. Connolly Etheridge not the tallest, but Gabby Stringer, I mean, just jump up, put your hands in the way, and you're going to hit the ball.
Yeah, there's a reason earlier today, me and Frank, our countdown host, which we can't see it from here. We don't know if that show actually went. But going to be Frank's, player profile, Alex Frank's player profile, and that's because she is really, very effective up there. Usually the tallest player on the court, but I mean, right there you just saw it. Too easy for Stringer.
Match point for the Tigers, 24-6 in the first set. Smith Station not trying to give up this first set. Like you said, this first set is really important. And Gabby Stringer wins Auburn the set at 25 points. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but please come back for the second set.
Yes.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Replays are working.
Oh, they are working?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Bubbles Balloon Company. Complete parking service. Comprehensive. Mrs. Bill Fair.
If you need to come in, this is the practice.
Morris. Fierce Little Tree. Forsyth Group. Fortified Performance. Franklin Tire and Auto.
The one that's make sure like they're actually
Harris Funeral Home.
this tree might want to do this. Put it back on the wall.
Harry Spine and
And then pull it up.
Innovation
So they're like, not pull like that.
Construction.
It's heavier. It's harder to pull it up in a row. Yeah. Like,
Jetscape, landscaping and irrigation. KKD, home repair. Pete Honda.
I'm excited for things. I'm gonna go down there. Try to spin it off.
Matthew McChesney. Mike's Texas.
Don't too hard. It's like very free. Like down. Try to make it like watch this. Honestly, her like like 4 or something like that. And then like it was pretty like down.
Pediatric Associates. Associate Walker. Pet Vet Animal Health Center. Plains Electric. Precision Drive. Well Chase. Auburn. Real estate.
Like it's on the middle, right? Like so like
Safety Glass. Schumacher Home. Spray
line up the middle
Lines.
windows.
Station Home Architect.
So there's like that middle line up with
Subway
not one.
Government. Swanson Doctor.
Anybody we can
Consulting. Thames Organized. The Flower Store. Orthopedic Clinic. Body Shop. Tiger Tire. Tiger Town Family Dentistry.
They're not over there.
Top Notch Cleaning.
Nothing to hold.
Venus Nail
Oh, they're
Salon.
up there, yeah.
Well Read. And William Key. Third DMD.
Hey, May, can y'all
zoom in on Coach Wag and Coach Simo?
Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School. We're getting ready for the second set. Auburn up 1-0 in the sets. And I mean, if you're Auburn, just continue the dominance. Smith Station kind of have to trail back. First set was very important, and they couldn't get it done.
Hey, but they talk a lot about in times, in sports, whenever you're like down in a game by a lot or up in a game by a lot, just tell your team 0-0. But it is, in this case, literally 0-0 at the start of the second set. So if you're Smith Station, you definitely still have a chance to come back into this.
Checking in for the Tigers, number 16, Maddie Dickinson. Number 2, Molly Smith. Number 3, Mackenzie Farr. And I can't see the last one, but it'll be number 9, Eliza Hill.
Yeah, and we haven't said Hill's name a lot tonight, but she was very effective against the Columbus Blue Devils. Just really effective in that front line. And we'll look for her to have a really good game tonight.
Smith with the dig, setting up to Fettner. Hill to Fettner, dynamic duo. And Hill, the setter, I mean, she can set the ball, but she can also hit it to the net. I mean, looking where the defense was positioned and just tapping it right over the net in the spot where the Panthers were not.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, Hill can come in and immediately have an effect on the game, and we saw it right there, just coming in and instantly impacting the game.
Auburn up 1-0 in the second set. Both these teams not giving up, and I mean, right there, number 20, Emerson Green for the Panthers. We have not said her name yet. The libero just couldn't get to that one. Placed in a perfect position.
Yeah, but you saw the second straight point, the second straight kill there by Eliza Hill. I mean, Hill already having a night coming into the game, and we'll see if she can keep it going.
Laster with the serve. And number 18, Lester for the Panthers. I think she touched the net on that one. So
yeah, you can't do that.
Auburn with the easy point, up 3-0. Laster going back to the line to serve again.
Yeah, I mean, but it's tough too because you get so close to the net and you want to position it just right to where it just barely goes over the net, but you got to keep your fingers off of there.
You're seeing a lot from the Panthers. I mean, trying to just push it over the net. But the Tigers, I mean, the movement. I mean, you're seeing them move all around, little cuts. And I don't know what happened there, but the Panthers scored a point. Now 3-1 Auburn in the second set.
I'm pretty sure Dickinson there touched it twice. It kind of hit weirdly where she hit it almost off of her forearm, and it kind of hit off of her chin. So
Lester with the
just
serve for
right
Smith,
there.
and then the set to Fettner. And I mean, Fettner, absolute masterclass, powered that spike right in the position where the Panthers were frankly just not there.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple as that. You got to be in position, and the Panthers weren't there. Let's see if they can get it this next serve.
I mean, right there for the Panthers, just no communication whatsoever. Two players just looking at each other, not hitting the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough out there, though, and we see it as viewers, and we're like, what just happened there? But, I mean, you rather that than a collision between the two players. We don't want anybody getting hurt. So you're like, oh, I think she's got it. No, I think she's got it. But you saw none of them talked. You hear this Auburn team over here. They're yelling, I got it, I got it, I got it. And it seems over the top, but that's what you have to do to win the game and communicate, and we're just not seeing that from the Panthers.
I mean, we got a crowd here at Auburn High School, but you can hear up here with the headsets on, Auburn is communicating, and they are getting these easy points. Now up 6-1 in the second set.
Yeah, and it's not exactly like, this it's not exactly like we're hearing Arrowhead, like they can't hear each other talk right now. It's just they're not talking, and they need to start doing that in order to come back.
Arrowhead.
Hey, man, tough place to play,
Chris Collinsworth would be having a fit right now.
The refs would be having a fit right now.
Besides the Chiefs, we're going to get back to some girls volleyball. Auburn High School versus the Smith Station. And Leah Beeson, I mean, Just absolutely insane spike right there.
Yeah, and Leah Beeson, in the Columbus game, I remember we didn't see a lot of power hits. We saw a lot of greatly placed hits, which is expected from Beeson. But I mean, you're seeing tonight right here where she has some, she has some power behind that hand.
Hill serving for the Tigers, the setter, sophomore from Auburn, Alabama. I mean, I want to say it again, just the movement. I mean, it's just uncontrollable for the Panthers right now. And Leah Beeson with another point. She's having a game.
Yeah, I mean, Beeson having a game, Hill having a game. Basically everybody, this Auburn team's having a game right now. I mean, this is the best start you could have asked for. And I say start, I mean, if Auburn keeps this,
this game will be over quick, and then we'll move to the number 2 seed versus number 4 seed. The Central Red Devils taking on the Opelika Bulldogs. We see both teams getting ready on the visitor side of the gym. I mean, these two teams, I mean, what could we see from these two?
I mean, it'll be an interesting game for sure. It'll be a little closer than this one is right now. I think they have a little bit of Opelika, but Opelika, I mean, there's just so much pride behind that organization, and they're not going to come out without a fight.
And Toronto.
But right there, you saw she hit the spot. And, hey, if she's able to continue doing that, she might single-handedly be able to bring the Panthers back in this game. But that's not what you can
right
do.
There was number 11, Emma Tapler. We have not said her name. She's actually 4'11".
Oh, wow.
Very short. Very short for a volleyball player. Right next to us. She knows about the height.
Yeah, if you don't know May, one of the people on the HiDef staff, she was actually on Countdown a couple weeks ago. But anyways, if you're Tapper right there, you just can't do that. If you're wanting to get back in this game, which is now 12-2 in the second set, you just, you can't mess up on a serve like that, not in a game of this high stakes.
Stow, the masterclass server, serving for the Tigers again, trying to get another 15 points in a row. Or 13 to win the set, sorry. Ooh. I mean, Beeson just all over the court right now, proving why this is her senior area tournament. She's like, guys, we need to make a push, and we need to try to win state.
Yeah, I mean, it's your senior year. This is an Auburn volleyball team that if they won state, they haven't won it while I've been at this high school. They got pretty darn close last year, though. But you also got to remember they had Ellie Pate, who's just a really good player, just playing D1 volleyball, excuse me. But Leah's like, hey, I want to be able to get to the state championship or at least close, in my senior year as we go to a timeout right now. We're going to keep it here. But, I mean, yeah, like you said, we have 3 seniors on here that have played volleyball basically since they were sophomores on the varsity team, all 3 of them. So, I mean, right now they need it, and they need it now.
Students of Auburn High School, if you're listening, you may have seen bins around the school with signs that said the Beat Opelika Food Drive. And we did beat Opelika both in the food drive and in football. And, I mean, we raised over 1,000 pounds of food. So props to May. We were talking about her earlier. Props to her for putting the whole thing on. And props to the Auburn High students for donating food and causing zero hunger in the community of Auburn.
Yes. I mean, if you can continue. Is that still going on right now, actually?
It actually ended last Friday.
But still, I mean, yeah, great job by the Auburn students. Really, that one thing I love about the Auburn community is that they're all generous and we're all like a tight-knit community, and we love to help one another out. Great job there with the Beat Opelika Food Drive. Awesome. Just awesome work.
Serving for the Tigers again is Stow.
It's almost like I'm watching a replay. She's serving so much.
Watching the replay because Smith's no communication again. Just 3 players going for the ball at once. Right there we saw an amazing dig from the 4'11 Queen, Tapia. Etheridge rising up for the hit. And another, I mean, you saw the spin on that ball. Coming off the arms of number 18, that is Lester. I mean, we said her name a lot for the Smith Station Panthers. She's all over the court right now, but just can't lead her team. I mean, down 15-2 in the second set.
Yeah, but, I mean, you saw Etheridge right there. You might have thought, oh, that was an awkward hit because you saw she, like, kind of did it leaning to the left with her right hand. But as you see, the point falling there for Auburn, nobody able to get to it. Smith Station with the point. But, I mean, Etheridge, you saw right there just hitting it off of the side of her hand, just the very edge, and that's what gave it that spin.
Serving for the Panthers, 2. Maybe sisters with Mackenzie Lester. We saw it for the Columbus Blue Devils.
It seems like she no longer wants to serve.
Now 22, Kelsey Lester going out of the game. Serving for the Panthers, number 21, Carly Cooper. Have not said her name yet. And last year with the amazing dig right there. Fettner to Beeson. That's a dynamic duo right there. And it proves again for another point. The Tigers now up 16-3 on the Smith Station Panthers.
I mean, Beeson is probably the player of the match tonight right now. I mean, I'd have to think so. I mean, you see how many kills she's getting right here, spikes. And, I mean, a heck of a game right now from this Auburn team as a whole.
Fettner now serving for the Tigers. And, I mean, Auburn now up 17. 25 viewers, it's 25 points to win a set. I mean, Auburn pretty dang close to doing that.
I mean, I try to be, as, like nice to all of the teams right now, but I just saw that last Smith Station, the Station outing right there. And then it was spike it over the top and ended up going out of bounds. But if you're, I mean, even if, movement that doesn't really do much else, it still confuses the other team and it still gets all your players, moving around.
Fettner with awkward timing on that serve, just couldn't get it over the net. But going back to what you were saying, I mean, the Panthers just, no movement. It's kind of like conservative volleyball, Big, and you're seeing the setter come up and tap the ball over the net. Brick wall. Now it's dominating this game, frankly dominating.
Yeah, it's all right. Letting it go out of bounds, a very high IQ play there. But you're absolutely right. I mean, hitting like trick plays, and stuff. But it's because those plays.
Serving for the Tigers right there. The sub number 16, Dickinson. And Dickinson with the dig. And if this could get
yeah, and it hit the ground, but Dickinson said no, ma'am.
And then it did prove to hit again for the Panthers. I mean, I feel like scored all the Panthers points.
Yeah. And it seems also very young, so they have a bright future. But, I mean, right now, I'm not going to lie, it is kind of showing. So, as you saw right there, with just another arid serve right there by the Panthers. And
if you're Auburn now, I mean, you can kind of almost taste the victory. Now serving for the Tigers is Smith. I mean, if you're the Tigers, you
it's going to take a lot, though, as the score is 20-6 in the second set. But, hey, run start, and we'll see if Smith Station can get that
talk
right
about
now.
a run. It's going to be a very insane run if they
But I to the ground, and if that got over the net, guarantee. But this angle.
got to have 10 plus at this point.
Right there.
Late two teams is the height. Like you were saying, Central has it over Opelika as we see Fettner score another point. Now 22-7 for the Tigers. I mean, this front three right now, Hill, Fettner, and Farr, are all pretty tall. I mean, I will say that. But, I mean, on the bench, Etheridge is tall. We see number 13, who actually checked into the game yet, Hope Richard and Gabby Stringer. I mean, all easily above 5'9". I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah. I mean, but you talk about, I mean, the hit there by Madrano, which we've seen her come
Farr with another kill right there. Sorry for interrupting you,
No,
Max,
you're all good.
I just got a little bit excited about that one.
No, I mean, but you talk about, I mean, Auburn's just all around. Every player on their team is a pretty good height, but also just matches it with their skill. Whereas Smith Station, you just have, and so I mean, control.
Lassiter, I mean, if you can hear it on the viewers, I mean, she is the captain of this team. She is talking to all the players on the court as the libero. I mean, that's her job. And, I mean, that was a decent error by number 21, Cooper. For there's just so much power in the ball from Fettner. I mean, it's just it's just so hard to handle it.
I mean, you saw how Fettner went up for that ball. I mean, it was almost like, you know, freaking Akeem Olajuwon going up for a dunk. I mean, just 2 steps and then jumping up and hitting it the opposite way. I mean, you know, but I mean, Fettner's just able to do that. That's just something that, you know, it's just almost comes naturally to her. And so, yeah.
Auburn now winning the second set. I was going to say that was match point, but my co-host Max Mesman. Actually, I forgot to introduce him. My name's Taylor Gottney. I'm joined by my co-host Max Mesman. A little late to do that, but sorry, viewers. But we're going to have the end of the second set right here. Auburn now up 2-0, and we're going to have a bit of time, a little bit of commercial break.
Extinction is forever. To save America's most iconic and imperiled species from extinction, we must fight for their future. Fight to save wildlife call home. Fight to limit pollution. Fight for smart development. Fight for and fight for so goes nature. Goes up.
High school to be past nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, adults, has caused a shortage of officials across the country. You see, without officials, we sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
You have no business being out there.
You know, I'm a person too.
When you take your car in for an oil change, a good mechanic will also take care of other routine maintenance to make sure your car runs safely and efficiently. Protecting your health isn't much different. When you get a COVID-19 vaccine, it's important to make sure you're also protected from other serious but preventable diseases. It's easy and convenient to get other routine vaccines at the same time as a COVID-19 vaccine. So make sure you ask a healthcare professional about other vaccines you may need to maintain your health.
Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School as we get ready for this third set. The refs are coming back out, teams coming back out on the court. And as we come, the camera is actually pinned on Coach Wagnon, offensive coordinator of the football team, offensive mastermind, as I should say, preparing for the huge game against Central this Friday in varsity football.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Coach Wagnon. You know, he's such a great coach. You know, this Auburn football team also, like you just said, a huge matchup is an understatement. I mean, this is the game of the week for not only NFHS, but also WOTM. If you have, you know, a cable set at home, you can watch it on there, too, for the first time ever. But, no, talking about Coach Wagnon a little bit, I mean, you know, you see he's here supporting his daughter, Reese Wagnon, making the jump from the JV team to the varsity team. Really big deal. And now let's get back to the game.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about this football matchup all day, but we will tomorrow when AHS Countdown drops on Friday. We're going to record it tomorrow with some of our friends, and it will be live Friday on this very YouTube channel.
Yeah,
go check it out.
If you're in the stadium, it'll actually be live on the scoreboard. If you get there at 5:30, gates open at 5 o'clock, I'm pretty sure. So if you get there early, which I know a lot of the students do to get into what will be a rocking unit tomorrow night. But, yeah, you can see us live in the stadium tomorrow, and it's gonna be a fun one.
Auburn up 2-0 in sets, and Fettner with an absolute, just an insane tip right there. I mean, she saw where the defense was positioned. She was like, I'm not going to spike this. I'm just going to barely tap it, because it looked like all the Smith Station players were just in a line kind of in the back of the court. Tap it, get the point.
Yeah.
Serving for the Tigers was Lassiter. Libero. And what a right there from far. She's going to spike it. I mean, that would have been duo right there with the dig and the spike. Farr showing out why she's been a senior on varsity for 3 years now. And her area turn coming up. These teams.
So you saw right there, Fettner just having to go out of bounds.
Right there from Lassiter.
And
they're
they're
going to cross. Missed 2-2 in the third set. Maybe
Yeah.
started something.
Two touches. I think that's going to be in, actually, in for Smith Station. So Smith Station with the point there. Smith Station on right now.
Auburn actually with the point right there. No, 3-2.
I was wrong.
For the Tigers. A dig right there by number 20, Green, Emerson Green. Fettner coming up to net, trying to get that huge spike. And that off the 23. Oh, not her name, sorry. But, I mean, just another, coming off the hands a little weird, going out of bounds, so much power from Medrano.
Yeah, you saw just that, power from Medrano right there. Just got to control it a little bit better as we see Auburn, with the point there off of the aired hit right there from number 4. Libby Parkman, haven't said her name tonight, the defensive specialist for the Panthers. But, I mean, yeah, so Auburn right now with a little bit more momentum than Panthers, trying to end this one in the third set.
And Max, tell the viewers what happens in the third set when a team is up 2-0.
So when a team is up 2-0 in the third set, it'll actually end at, I'm pretty sure it's actually, I don't think it's 15. So I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure that's when it's 2-2. The only reason I know that is because when we played Columbus a couple of weeks ago, we thought it was going to be 15. It actually ended up being 20 or 25. I'm pretty sure it's 20, but it could be 25. We'll just see what happens. We're on the edge of our seats like y'all are. Yeah.
And Fettner touched the net again there. 3 tough breaks for Fettner in this third set.
So I actually just got word it is 25. But if say the miraculous happened and Smith Station came back and made it 2-2 ball game, it would play to 15 in that fifth set.
I mean, if you're Smith Station right now, you got to score. 65 points to win this game.
You got.
Big difference right now on the scoreboard. But I mean, Smith Station had that second set. I mean, what could the coach have told her players down 2-0?
I mean, I think what she told her is just play. I mean, like if you're Smith Station, you got nothing to lose right now. So if you got to come out here and just play your butt off. And try and. I mean, at least you can say you tried. And then going into next season, that can build a lot of momentum around a really young and talented Smith Station team.
Subbing in for the Tigers is Stow and I mean, key weapons right now. And Fettner coming up for the spike in with the easy point. Auburn now up 7-5 in the third set, 18 points away from a glorious victory. They can smell that championship coming.
Yeah, I mean, in that championship game, it'll be coming up after that Central Opelika game immediately after, and that should be a great one. My prediction right now is Auburn versus Central, but who knows? Maybe Opelika will get the upset. Shoot, maybe Smith Station will come back in this game. We'll see what happens.
I mean, as an announcer, you got to be a little, exaggerated.
Yes.
Smith's only down 2 points, 7-5 in this third set, excuse me. Final set for Auburn.
Hey, winning a set changes everything in volleyball. If you're able to just win that first set, I mean,
I want to say Beeson with that spike, but number 20, Green, again on the dig. But Auburn ends up getting the point. I don't know what happened there. You analyze it for us, Max.
So it was actually number 9, Eliza Hill there, placed in the middle right there, and she just tipped it a little bit over, faked like she was going to set it over to Etheridge, but then she just kind of, just swiped it over to the side, over where there were no Panthers in the middle actually over there, so just nobody able to hit it. Hill with the point. Let's get back to volleyball.
High school volleyball indeed, and we're seeing high school volleyball at its finest actually right now with this amazing rally going on. Stouse calling it hers and serving it up to Leah Beeson, and another great dig from Green again for the Panthers.
Yeah, you're seeing a
They love
great
the
rally.
Fenner with another, I mean, just clean touch right there. Another kill. I mean, absolute just insane.
I mean, her and Madrano allegedly, basically almost locking hands there at the net. I mean, they both had the same idea. Just Fentner was able to get there and just able to get it a little bit over her. So great play there by Fentner. I mean, she's been all over the court tonight.
Stow serving for the Tigers. Stow calling it hers. Hill up to Fentner. Could be Fentner or Etheridge, but I mean, the teamwork is off the charts right now.
Yeah, you see him making almost just like a two-person
two-person
wall over there.
I mean, right now you got Fentner, Etheridge, and Beeson, who Hill could all serve it to. I mean, set it to, excuse me. And Smith Station with another point, now 9-6 Auburn in the third set.
Yeah, and you saw Lester there, I mean, hitting it right off the top of that net but still going over. That's really like the sweet spot in volleyball that you want to hit it at because it's just so hard to predict where it's going to go, going off of the top of that net.
Central and Opelika preparing. We're seeing Central right now actually warm up, stretch a little bit before their big game starts. And Smith Station with another point, now 9-7. Maybe a little bit of a comeback. Maybe they put the invisible rally caps on after the second set, but you never know. Yeah,
so as soon as this game ends, we will send you to AHS game break, actually, with Alex Frank, Jaden Eccles, and Reese Kinder. But, this game so far, it's still not over. Auburn up 9-7, but, I mean, I have a feeling it's kind of swaying the Auburn Tigers' way just a little bit.
Hill up to Etheridge, and Etheridge is the amazing power. I mean, when we see that ball go 3 rows into the stands, I mean, that has to hurt a little bit for the Panthers off the hands like that.
I mean, yeah, a fan almost catching that in the second row there for Auburn, keep it as a souvenir. But, I mean, Etheridge, yeah, just with the absolute power. We haven't seen that from her tonight because, I mean, she's been hitting balls so well just with the good placement, that she's been having, just the misdirection. And we'll see Fentner serve again, actually, with Auburn getting another point.
Coming in for the Tigers on that last point is number 13, Hope Richard. Haven't said her name a lot, but we saw her in warm-ups. We might have thought she would have been a libero because she had a different colored jersey on. But maybe Coach Carter with the last-minute substitution.
Yeah, I mean, in a tournament game, I feel like you've gone with Laster all year and it's worked.
Etheridge with another power shot right there. I mean, if you're Auburn right now, your outside hitters, your opposite hitters, they're absolutely insane. I mean, just high school volleyball at its finest. So much power. I mean, they're literally going back like a baseball swing and just powering through it at the end. Hand in the perfect spot and perfect spin on the ball, too.
You got Etheridge, on one side and Beeson on the other, and they have just been absolutely whamming that ball tonight. I mean, just wow, incredible work here from Auburn. And you saw Etheridge there with kind of like the funny little hit over there.
Stow up to Etheridge, and Etheridge again with their 3rd point in a row, proving why she got moved up to varsity this year. I mean, absolutely insane. What have you seen from her, I mean, all season, really?
I mean, all season, going back to that Columbus game, I mean, we saw she had an amazing impact, on that left side there of the net. And we're seeing it right now as well. I mean, just perfectly placing it. Like I said, the sweet spot, that back corner. I mean, wow, Etheridge with 3 straight points. Let's see if she can keep the streak going as she hits it right here.
Smith Station getting hype after that point. I mean, for good reason. They're only down by 5 now. I said it earlier, invisible rally caps may be on, but it might be slipping off a little bit. Maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah. But you saw Etheridge right there trying to get another point in a row, but just hitting it right into the hands of Lester, who we've called her name so much tonight.
Etheridge again going for it. I mean, showing off her precision, not her power on that one.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, you asked me, what have I seen from Etheridge, over the course of the season? And I've just seen everything. I mean, like you saw there, we just saw a display of how she can power hit it. She can hit it with misdirection off the side of her hand. And then right there, just great placement of the ball, not even hitting it really hard at all, but just placing it in the perfect spot.
Coming in for the Tigers on that last point, actually serving it is number 5, Harper Gamble, the utility junior. We haven't said her name a lot in the past few games that we've commentated.
Yeah, I mean, just I don't know. She didn't get a lot of time. I didn't call her name like you said in the Columbus game. But, I mean, you saw right there she can have a heavy impact on this team.
I feel like you go down the bench, in basketball it might be like, oh, the 13th man is not as strong. But really on this volleyball team, any player on this bench is just absolutely amazing at what they do.
And I also like what Coach Carter's thinking. As you see Etheridge there just absolutely spike it once again with all of her power. But, I mean, I like what he's doing, get other players more time, because this is today, as we have the area tournament, elimination. It is a battle of attrition for the Tigers because most likely they're going to win this game and get a championship.
I mean, like I said, so much in this. A very quick commercial break, but come back for the end of the third set. Hello and welcome back after that quick commercial break. Auburn now up 17-8, up by 9 points in the third set. 8 more points for the Glory. Tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if Auburn, you know, looking back on this game, you know, they played so well. Just really all around. I can't say anything negative about their performance so far.
Etheridge with, I think that's now 6 points in a row for the Tigers. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like right after I said, oh, Beeson might be the, you know, lady of the match tonight. I mean, we saw Etheridge trying to get her name in the ballot, you know, and playing really good right now.
We'll say Etheridge, definitely the player of the set.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Non-questionable.
Gamble with another great serve. That's 4 serves in a row for Gamble. I mean, Auburn on a complete tear right now. Only 6 points away from victory.
And like you said, if you're Auburn, you can smell it right now.
Serve, causing a little bit of trouble with the Panthers, and that's barely going to get over. Etheridge to Hill, back to Etheridge, and Etheridge looking for another straight point, but not going to get it there. Hill up to Richard. We are seeing, I will say, we are seeing a little bit more communication from the Panthers on this third set. But Adam, not the tallest girl, but trying to slide like a baseball player and try to hit that one. I mean, it's just a little bit out of reach.
Yeah, but you like to see that effort there from really your captain of this team. I mean, you know, the libero for this team, one of those senior leaders that we've talked about all night. I mean, you know, Lassiter just giving her all there, just a little bit out of reach.
Serving for the Panthers is Green. The libero, defensive specialist, all around the court tonight, trying to carry her underdog team to victory. And I thought that was in, but you know the refs are way closer.
We saw it. We heard Lassiter though call it out, you know, to Gamble and hey, the refs. We're not. I couldn't tell really if it was in or out, but the refs called it out, so I'm gonna say it's out.
Serving for the Tigers is Smith and Connolly. Etheridge actually subbed out of the game. Maybe trying to get a little bit of rest time before this championship game comes up. Panthers not going out without a fight, though. Now 20-10 in the third set. I mean, what have you seen from the Panthers in this third set to, I mean, make it just a little bit closer?
I mean, really, it's just pride. I mean, this is supposed to be all of these Area 4 teams, you know, they're all, I'd call them all pretty much rivalries, you know. I mean, like Auburn, Smith Station, it's supposed to be a rivalry. And, you know, Smith Station just showing their pride right now and just saying, hey, you can, but don't beat us. You're not going to beat us, you know, without us trying to beat y'all.
Far rising up, and weird. I think late on that one.
A little bit late, and also hit off her hand as well. You know, from far. Usually, and before.
Lester. And I mean. Power. Happened. Max, the color commentator, is going to analyze it for you.
I'm pretty sure. So when Lester tried to hit that, skimmed the floor just a little bit. You saw how low she had to get down to hit that ball. So I think she just kind of scraped it off the floor instead of actually hitting it. And you can tell whenever it just like kind of slowly goes over the top.
Ventnor rising up, perfect timing. Another point for the Tigers. Now 20. Third right here, 2 points away from victory. The crowd is loving it. Coach Simo, Coach Wadden, we saw him up there earlier. They're loving it. I mean, but the bench for Auburn is loving it. Not so much for the Smith Station bench. Laster serving again for the players. Her hand is very hurt.
Yeah, we saw Lester there. Lester hit that ball, and immediately after, I mean, I think she stubbed her finger.
I think Tigers up 24-11 in the third. 1 point away. More play, but Smith Station not going out without a fight. Game-winning point for the Tigers, now in the area tournament championship. Thank y'all so much for listening, but don't go away because we still got Opelika versus Central coming onto the court right now. We're going to send y'all to AHS Game Break with Reese Kinder, Jaden Eccles, and Alex Frank.
Okay, I know what you're going through. Too much time inside, not enough outside. And like, what's up with the parents? They're in their own world. Hello? You can't do anything right anymore. No encouragement, nothing. If you're waiting for something to change, maybe it's time to stop waiting and change things yourself. So ask your parents how they're doing. Yeah, you go first. Ask what you can do to help. Parents are people too, and the stresses you're feeling, you can bet they're feeling as well. Best of all, when you help them feel better, it has the same effect on you. Visit yourlifeyourvoice.org for some game-changing ideas on how you can turn things around at your house. When you go first, everybody wins.
Yes, women can have it all, including heart attacks. Know the signs. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women. Get heart checked.
That was the first game of the area tournament. Now we're going to get going to the second game of the area tournament, which is Opelika Bulldogs versus the Central Devils. This is the second game of the tournament, like I said. Should be a good one. Both teams, very good matchup in this game. Now we're going to be moving on to the keys to the game segment. Frank, what are your keys to the game for Central?
Central is coming into this match of 14-6, and they are on a 3-game losing streak. Last time they faced against Opelika, the Red Devils beat the Bulldogs 3-0. The Red Devils, if they want to win this game, they need to work together and communicate. When I was watching the Central versus Auburn game, the biggest weakness was communication. Central should start out fast and with a hot start against Opelika.
What do you think Opelika needs to do in this game to win?
6-10-1 overall, and coming off of a 3-game losing streak. It's not looking good. They face Central here tonight. They're hoping to keep their area championship hopes alive, and I just say do your best. That's all I can really say.
Well, that's going to do it for AHS Game Break. Enjoy Game 2 of this area tournament, and we will see you at the end of the game.
Okay, I know what you're going through. Too much time inside, not enough outside. And like, what's up with parents? They're in their own world. Hello? You can't do anything right. No encouragement. No anything. If you're waiting for something to change, maybe it's time to stop waiting and change things yourself. So ask your parents how they're doing. Yeah, you go first. Ask what you can do to help. Parents are people too, and the stresses you're feeling, you can bet they're feeling as well. Best of all, when you help them feel better, it has the same effect on you. Your Life, Your Voice for some game-changing ideas on how you can turn things around at your house. When you go first, everybody wins.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
Performing on stage takes mental and physical preparation. But one thing I never thought to prepare for was cervical cancer. 91% of cervical cancers are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. For many people, HPV hides inside them and they never develop symptoms. But for others, HPV links directly to cancer. My cancer almost ended my career. It almost ended me. The good news is there are vaccines that can protect you or your children from cancer. The HPV vaccine is recommended for 11 to 12-year-olds, and a catch-up vaccine may be an option for teens and young adults. Talk to your doctors. You don't want HPV hiding inside your body like HPV has been hiding inside this commercial. Did you see all of them? Go to thinkaboutthelink.org to look again and learn more. Together, we can stop cancer before it starts.
The life of every child is precious beyond measure. If you care for a child with limited income and resources, help is available. Children with a physical or mental disability or who are blind qualify for monthly cash payments through the Supplemental Security Income Program, or SSI. The program provides help to meet basic needs for food, clothing, or a place to live, and disability-related needs. It's money that can make a meaningful difference. If you're the parent or caregiver of a child or teenager you think may be eligible, call Social Security at 1-800-772-1213 or visit ssa.gov/SSIkids to learn how to apply today. That's ssa.gov/SSIkids. It's real help for the children. Message produced by Social Security at U.S. taxpayer expense.
You can't tell how someone feels just by looking at them or what they share online. To the outside world, our lives may look perfect, even if in reality they aren't. I'm always worrying about doing well at school, and with the end of year test coming up, I'm not sure how much longer I can cope. My thoughts swarm around my head, sometimes keeping me up all night. Some days it's just all too much, and I feel like I'm lost in space. When I did badly on one of my tests, I just about kept it together until I got home. Then I broke down crying in front of my mum. She listened for a bit, and then she told me that, just like physical health, we all have mental health. It's our feelings, our thinking, our emotions, and our moods. She then said that feeling down, angry, and stressed is a normal part of life, just like it's normal to feel happy, confident, and carefree sometimes. We all have positive and negative emotions that come and go based on what's happening around us. These are everyday feelings. Good mental health means experiencing negative emotions. It's not always about being happy. Mum can relate to the feelings of stress. So when Mum suggested I take a break from everything and do something I enjoy, I actually took her advice. So I made myself a hot chocolate, snuggled up in a duvet and watched a film. And you know what? Afterwards I felt so much better. Mum should take her own advice.
Most of us only ever share the good things. We don't like to share how we really feel. Every morning when I wake up, negative thoughts stream through my head. Getting out of bed and pretending I'm okay takes all the energy I have. As the day goes on, the negative thoughts turn from a stream into a river. The water rushes through my head so loudly it's hard to concentrate in lessons. And some days it's so bad it feels like a waterfall that's trying to pull me over the edge. Everything is so overwhelming. I didn't think my friends would understand if I told them how down I was feeling. But when Sasha opened up to me about how stressed she was feeling, I told her. I wasn't sure how to bring up how I'd been feeling, so I started by saying that I didn't feel like myself. Just her listening made me feel like she understood. She told me some things that had helped her, so I tried them too, but it didn't make much of a difference. Even when I tried to be around my friends, I felt alone. The things I used to enjoy weren't fun anymore.
I was really worried about Andre and not sure what to do. He was quiet and wasn't hanging out with us like he used to. So I asked our head of year for some advice. He suggested I get Andre to speak to him since his negative feelings weren't going away.
I didn't want to speak to our head of year, but I also didn't want to keep feeling so down, so I went. He said that sometimes we have overwhelming feelings that can be more intense than our everyday feelings. These feelings hang around for a long time and change the way we feel, think, and behave. They can stop us doing what we want to in life. That's what I was going through. He also said that if we're physically unwell, we let people know, we ask for help. It should be no different with mental health. Sometimes our overwhelming feelings are brought on because of things in our life. Sometimes they happen for no reason at all. After hearing this, I felt much less alone and it felt good to talk. Scientists have found exercise can help when you're feeling low, so our head of year encouraged me to sign up to the school football club, which Sasha was already in. I still have days when the river is there, but now I'm beginning to understand my mental health. I'm learning how to cope. Our head of year reminded me that my friends, family, teachers, and lots of others at school are there to help just as much as he is. I had no idea the people around me could be so understanding. And while it's not always easy to talk about my mental health, the person I'm talking to might be able to help. If you don't feel like talking, that's fine. You could try writing, sports, reading, art, music, playing with your pet. Whatever makes you feel better.
If you're the person someone talks to when they're struggling, just listen with no pressure or judgments. You don't have to have the answer. If you feel unsure about anything, you can speak to a trusted adult. Talking about mental health doesn't have to be difficult. After all, it's something we all have.
When his idea of game night has you feeling played, or your teacher's pet has become unleashed. And inseparable has become intolerable. Visit boystown.org/parenting. Whether you're a parent, grandparent, or guardian of a toddler, teen, or someone in between, we've got parenting guides, articles, videos, tools, and quick tips from experts backed by over 100 years of experience. Get your parenting going in the right direction with Boys Town, saving children and healing families.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Eddie Metcalf. I enjoy working in my yard. And, I can't do that anymore because I'm missing most of my lung. They did a CAT scan of my kidneys. No more kidney stones, that's the good news, but we found a spot on your lung. That frankly scared the hell out of me. I hadn't smoked in 22 years. How could this happen to me? He said, well, you know about radon gas. Well, I heard about it. He said, well, the second leading cause of cancer in America is radon. 22,000 people a year die from this. I literally left the doctor's office, got a test kit, put it in the house, and our result was 39.8. The upper limit is 4. We got to get this fixed. That was on a Monday, and on Wednesday, our mitigation system was up and running. Well, I think everybody should have their house tested. We'd never known we'd still be living there. I could get another tumor from it, but right now it's changing my life.
Performing on stage takes mental and physical preparation. But one thing I never thought to prepare for was cervical cancer. 91% of cervical cancers are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. For many people, HPV hides inside them and they never develop symptoms. But for others, HPV links directly to cancer. My cancer almost ended my career. It almost ended me. The good news is there are vaccines that can protect you or your children from cancer. The HPV vaccine is recommended for 11 to 12-year-olds, and a catch-up vaccine may be an option for teens and young adults. Talk to your doctors. You don't want HPV hiding inside your body like HPV has been hiding inside this commercial. Did you see all of them? Go to thinkaboutthelink.org to look again and learn more. Together, we can stop cancer before it starts.
Hello and welcome back to the Auburn High School gym, where we got the second game of the 3 games we'll see tonight. And this one's between the number 2 seed Central Red Devils and the number 4 seed Opelika Bulldogs. Taylor, tell me about their seasons real quick, just coming into this game. What are their records and what are they looking like coming into this tournament?
Yeah, you know, Central overall record of 14-6 according to Max Preps, and only 3-1 in the region. 1 loss coming against, of course, Auburn. If you look at the rankings, you know, Central number 2, I mean, they could easily be number 1 if Auburn didn't beat them.
Yeah,
I mean, Central, a great team, very old too. I mean, I will say they have 5 seniors on this team, 2 more than Auburn. So very old team, very experienced team. But Opelika also coming to this game 6-10-1. I don't know how you have a tie in volleyball, but 6-10, not the very best record. And 1-4 in the region. I mean, not the greatest season for the Bulldogs. And also, looking at their roster, they have a 7th grader. So, very young, very different team. Very young, very inexperienced. I mean, but they'll be looking to win and make the championship against Auburn that we just saw.
Yeah, we're actually looking at the Bulldogs roster right now. I mean, some of the slots aren't filled, but from what we're looking at right now, they don't have a senior on their team. That's probably wrong, but because we don't have it all the way filled. But no, like you said, I mean, Opelika not the greatest season so far, but I mean, they're going to play with pride. This is a very prideful program, you know, and they're usually pretty good, and they're usually always a challenge. So we'll see that against Central tonight. I mean, the last time these 2 teams played, I mean, you know, Opelika did lose to Central 3-0, you know, in straight sets on September 12th. You know, but I mean, hey, you get a second chance at them, and you know that's what you like to have. You know, if your team, especially if you lose to a team in straight sets, you like a chance to get revenge.
Yeah, I mean, we see it a lot in volleyball. We saw it from Smith Station last game. Excuse me. I mean, down 2-0, they didn't go out without a fight. I mean, if you lose 3-0, yes, it's a bitter taste in your mouth, but expect Opelika to come back in a big way and try to beat the Central Red Devils. For the second, actually, try to beat them in the second time they played.
Yeah, so actually, I was wrong there. Excuse me. This is their 3rd time they played. They actually played twice. Central played them on October 5th, actually. So, I mean, not too long ago. It was actually, according to Max Preps, that was their second to last game that they played. So, I mean, you know, Opelika, Opelika, you've lost twice in straight sets in both times. So, I mean, you know, coming in against this Central team, you know, it's very tough for a team that's beaten you twice. You know, it is tough also on Central's side to, you know, beat you for a 3rd time in a row. You know, it's hard to beat a team 3 times. And we're actually going to send you to a quick commercial break because we didn't notice there's actually about 7.5 minutes till tip time. And so we're going to send you all to a quick commercial break, but don't go away because we'll be right back and breaking down this game before it starts.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality, tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
We are doctors,
PTA moms,
patriots.
We are Americans. We like Game of Thrones.
I'm obsessed with Star Wars. I've seen every episode of SpongeBob because that's what my daughters like to watch.
We
are Sikhs.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never gonna let you go.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality,
tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
we are doctors,
PTA moms.
Patriots.
We are Americans.
Like a steal in basketball, stopping a penalty kick.
We
or a
like Game of
game-saving
Thrones.
I'm obsessed with Star Wars. I've seen every episode of SpongeBob because that's what my daughters like to watch.
We
are Sikhs.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights.
Exception.
Not
Defense
anymore.
wins championships.
Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School, and we hope you all enjoyed that long commercial break. But now we're gonna break you down all the way down to tip-off, and I mean we're looking at Opelika prepping for this game. And what have you seen out of the Bulldogs from their pregame warm-up so far? How they're going to be able to win this game?
I will say one thing is Opelika does not have a very powerful hitter. We have not seen a power hit all warm-ups. They have the outside hitters, they have the opposite hitters. They're just not getting the power that we saw from Auburn last game when we were commentating. And Central, I mean, so much power on this team. I want to highlight one player that I specifically saw in Central, their libero number 2, Cameron Hammock, in 11th grade. I mean, you can tell, just like Adeline Laster, she's the captain of this team. As a junior, that's insane. And then, her sets, her digs, everything was on point in warm-up, so really watch out for her.
I mean, yeah, and you talk about not having power. I feel like that was almost a big problem for Smith Station, in that first game against Auburn. So if you're, Opelika right now, you need to, be sure that you're hitting the ball not just with power but also with control, and I'm seeing it right now. I mean, yeah, they're just hitting the ball back and forth and just not quite the power. Now, obviously, there is more momentum when you're hitting it across the net to another team. You're able to just smack it right back. But, yeah, no, that's something to look out for the Bulldogs. And like you said, Hammock, a player to look out for the Red Devils. I'm actually just seeing their roster right now, so we don't know starters. I'll announce them whenever they come out onto the court. But, I mean, yeah, this Central team, very skilled. It's good. As we see the teams, I think they're actually going to do another lineup, so we're going to quiet down a little bit once the anthem gets on. But for right now, just continuing to break down this game, and the announcer is about to call out the starting lineups in the national anthem, so we're going to quiet down for a little bit.
The winner of this match will face the Auburn Tigers for the 7A Area 4 Tournament Championship. Now, please welcome Opelika Bulldogs as we introduce each player and their coach. First, number 1, Ashley Durham. Number 5, Kennedy Saltoff. Number 6, Mary Cara Montel. Number 7, Stella George. Number 8, Gia Rowe. Number 12, Zion Fears. Number 13, Emily Birmingham. Number 16, Rory Dunbar. Number 17, Jansen Thompson. Number 18, Addison Bryant. Number 19, Elena Thomas. Number 21, Michaela Jones. Number 22, Lydia Hilliard. And the head coach, Robin Roberts. And now, for the Central High Red Devils, number 1, Mallory Parrish. Number 2, Cameron Hammock. Number 3, Savannah Curiel. Number 4, Kyrie Tate. Number 5, Annabelle White. Number 6, Monisha Wilson. Number 7, Lexi Poole. Number 8, Emma Wilson. Number 9, Amoria Horace. Number 10, Jabria Lindsay. Number 14, Maggie Yielding. Your head coach, Hakika Lindsay, and assistant, Beth Wilson.
I was able to catch, there's a player that wasn't on the roster. Number 12, Zion Fears.
Is what?
For the Opelika Bulldogs. And then number 9, Amari Harris.
Yeah, they're tall.
For the Central Red Devils. And so, I mean, we're looking at the state, we're looking at the gym right now. It's a pretty good turnout for them.
Stop.
What?
Okay, I did.
What's up?
Are you all ready?
Yes.
Yes, they're ready.
I said it on the broadcast. All right, welcome back, guys. And we just heard the announcers announce the starting lineups for each team. And, I mean, I'm looking at the crowd right now in the gym, and it's actually a pretty good turnout for both of these teams. A lot of Central fans I'm seeing. And, I mean, shoot, we'll see how this game plays out. We in for the Central Red Devils. Number 10, I'm going to go from the back left corner to the front right. We start off with number 10, Jabria Lindsay, the sophomore. Number 2, the libero for the Central Red Devils, Cameron Hammock. Number 1, Mallory Parrish for the Red Devils as well. And then I can't really see the front. We also got number 6, Monisha Wilson as well for the Red Devils. Number 4, Kyrie Tate. And trying to look past the ref, I can't really see it right there. Why don't you talk about what happened on that last play there for Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, you see it from Auburn a lot. You saw the brick wall from number 4. You actually just announced her, Kyrie Tate. I mean, she jumped at the perfect time, blocked the ball, hit it right down on the Opelika person.
And very quickly.
I mean, easy point for the Red Devils.
And very quickly, it's already 2-0 for the Red Devils right here, as we see Lindsay for the Red Devils serve there. And also in for the Red Devils is number 8, Emma Wilson, the outside hitter, who's actually one of the seniors on this team. A team that has a lot of seniors, by the way.
You talked about a lot of seniors for the Red Devils. I mean, Opelika, very, very young team. You're seeing it very early here. A lot of these girls, first area tournament, a 7th grader, 9th grader. I mean, this is big pressure put on their shoulders. I mean, we'll see if they succeed, but right now they're not.
Yeah, and what a spike there by Tate for the Red Devils. And then let's get to this Opelika Bulldogs team. You see at libero for the Bulldogs is number 16, Rory Dunbar. We see in the middle number 1, Ashley Durham. And then we see also number 18, Addison Bryan in there for the Bulldogs. And just not able to reach that ball there was Durham. And you're seeing right now, quick start for the Red Devils. I mean, and this is what you want to see if you're the Central head coach.
Central already has Opelika's number right now, beat them twice already. I mean, Central just pouring on their dominance so far, 5-0. And, I mean, looks like there's no stopping, already 6-0.
Yeah, and we're some other players for the Bulldogs out there. You'll see number 5, Kennedy Saltow. I think I'm saying that right. And then some other players. The last player out there for the Bulldogs is number 8, Gia Rowe, as there's already a timeout by the Opelika Bulldogs. And I spent most of that time saying who was on the court. But, I mean, what were those players doing on the court, Taylor?
I mean, for Opelika, down 6. The outside hitters and the opposite hitters, timing is really off right now. They're jumping up, and the ball is coming right in front of their face, and they have to, kind of change their momentum of their swing. And we've seen it 3 times now where their spikes have hit the net. So, very inexperienced team. I mean, timing is off. We saw it in warm-ups, the timing was off. And then for Central, just so much communication, so much teamwork going on. Their libero, you talked about it earlier, Hammock. I mean, I talked about her being kind of my player profile, if you would say. But, I mean, she's just been all over the court, communicating with the team, leading her team. Central up 6-0.
Yeah, and last player that's in that starting lineup for the Bulldogs is Mary Caramontel, as we see right there. Another point for Central. Now, this is going to be the 8th straight serve from Lindsay for the Central Red Devils. See the setup by there. And then Lindsay over to Hammock. And then that'll be number 6, Manisha Wilson.
Both these teams, I mean, this rally is really good right now. Both these teams not trying to give at this point.
And they're going to call that inbounds there. The great spike there by Wilson for the Red Devils. And now this is going to be the 9th straight serve, 8-0 for Central. I mean, could they get it to 25-0? I don't know. I mean, it's very tough to do. But, I mean, it's looking like it right now with the way they're playing.
I mean, props to Central. It's hard to beat a team twice in a row and then come out and show this kind of dominance when they know what you're going to do. They've seen it 2 times already. And just to come out with this dominance, with this atmosphere, I mean, these implications, making the championship against Auburn, I mean, already up 9-0, Max. It's insane.
Yeah, and they're actually going to go up, like you said, 9-0. I mean, we see Emma Wilson there, number 8 for the Central Red Devils, the outside hitter. I mean, just great spike right there, just into the spot. There were still Bulldog players there, but none of them able to hit it.
Another missed timing that I was talking about earlier from number 8.
That's Gia Rowe.
I mean, so much missed timing on that spike. Jumped up, had to change the momentum of her swing. And, I mean, props. It hit the net and hit the floor.
And she's actually going to get subbed out for number 12, Zion Fears, the first time she's in the game. And, I mean, 11th straight serve here for Lindsay and the Red Devils. I mean, it's already getting into bad territory if you're the Bulldogs right now early on.
I will say, you know, the Opelika bench trying to cheer on their team, trying to say, let's come back. I mean, the first set, I will say, is the most important in high school volleyball. We see it all the time. And Opelika scores their first point right there.
Yeah, and that's off the miss hit there by Wilson from the Red Devils. And, I mean, that can jumpstart your team, though. You know, like we always say, you know, one hit, it just takes one hit to get the momentum going. And right there, you know, Wilson just mistimed it a little bit. And now the Bulldogs get their first serve of the night. You see the power there. That was by number 4 for the Red Devils. That was Tate, excuse me. And, you know, the Red Devils, I mean, now kind of slipping up here 10-2, and Opelika with their third straight serve.
Now, that was a great spike right there, but, I mean, the timing was great. Everything else was great. Just a little bit too much power as Central scores another point.
And great job by Wilson there, just, you know, making up for the mistimed hit earlier, just getting that right in the back corner. And now she's actually going to serve for the Red Devils here. And as Central moves up 11-2 here in the first set. And, I mean, like we were talking actually before the broadcast about the Central team. I mean, they have a legitimate shot to come out of here with the area championship. I mean, and they're showing it right now.
I will say also, I mean, Central, if they don't win this area championship, I feel like they're still a playoff contender at 14-6. I mean, the pressure is still immensely grateful, but, I mean, they don't have as much pressure as these other teams because they will make the playoff if they still lose the area tournament.
And another great play there by Tate, the middle blocker. She's a senior, and she is leading her team right now in this game. Now,
the libero for Opelika right now, number 18, Addison Bryan, is leading her team. She said, mine, mine, mine. And, then, I mean, another player came up right behind her in her way of hitting the ball. I mean, just no communication for the Opelika Bulldogs right now.
Yeah, it's almost as if she smacked Fears in the back of the head, you know. I mean, that's not something you want to see from the sidelines if you're the Bulldogs head coach. I'll see Bryan call it out again here. Now Lindsay setting it up, and just off the hands of Fears. And over the top, and that's another great play by Tate, and Tate is having a heck of a game to start off.
I mean, Tate with the precision hit, we saw it a lot last game from number 1, Campbell Fettner on the Auburn Tigers. I mean, just precision hits, hitting it over the net where the defense is not.
And now Central up big time here, 14-2, as Opelika tries to get something going. And that's going to be off the hands of Fears, but that's going to be trying to hit it over the top for Central. That's going to be number 7, Lexi Poole, the junior. She plays outside hitter for the Central Red Devils. First time calling her name tonight, and not a really great first look after that hit. You see Fears there, almost like a slam dunk in your face to that wasn't Fears, that was Tate. Tate for the Central Red Devils, you know, just hitting it in the face of Zion Fears for the Bulldogs. I mean, what a chess match between these two players.
You say chess match, I'm thinking more checkers, you know, a lot of powerful. I mean, Opelika right now, they're the kings, they're the queens of the chessboard. Checkerboard, excuse me. I mean, Central just dominating this game, already 8 points away from victory on this set.
We thought last game was the domination. I mean, right now, and you just see Tate there just set up for her and just reaching over. It almost looks too easy for her out there.
I know this is volleyball, but I mean, women's basketball slam dunk right there.
Oh, my goodness.
That was insane.
I mean, she, like I said, it looks too easy for her out there, and why is that? I mean, why is she making the game look so easy out there?
I don't know, because she's not the tallest player on the court right now by any means. She's just rising up. I mean, she got hopped. She's jumping so high. She's just, I mean, her arm swing is insane. She's spiking that ball straight down, and she almost got another one right there.
The ball's still in play here, though. And a great save there by number 6. That was Mary Cara Montel.
Opelika
with the point. And, I mean, those have been hard to come by for them so far tonight. You know, but, I mean,
a little harsh.
not trying to be harsh to the Bulldogs, you know. But, anyways, we're going to actually see Saltow, number 5 for the Bulldogs, serve here. First time serving tonight.
I mean, you look at Tate's arm swing. I mean, it's just a full circle motion, so smooth, so buttery, and so powerful.
Buttery, that's a good word.
Smooth like butter.
Yeah. Hey, and we see right there the violation on Opelika. That's actually going to be on the ref signaled too, but there's not a player with the number 2 on the court, so I'm not sure what they saw there. But just nothing going the Bulldogs' way so far here in the first set.
Another mistiming spike right there. I mean, if you're the Opelika head coach right now, you need to take your time out. You need to say, guys, I know this is a huge game, going up against a huge rival, big underdogs. I mean, you got to get your timing right. That's the only way you're going to win this, I mean, heavily favored Central Red Devils team.
Yeah, you saw that was actually number 22, Lydia Hillier, the first time calling her name tonight. Not for the right reason, though. I mean, there wasn't a great hit, but we'll see if she can get back after that spike. Sneak it on over. Now set up, and great stop there for the Bulldogs. And now that's going to be pull, and it's going to hit back over, and that was Fears right there. I mean, Fears for the Bulldogs showing a lot of heart right now, and it's kind of a chess match. She's the middle blocker for the, I know you said checkers as well, but she's the middle blocker. She's actually getting subbed out right now. That's going to be for number 7, Stella George, the 9th grader, the sophomore. She's actually going to serve right here for the Bulldogs. But, I mean, you know, Central with all the momentum right now.
I mean, you know those ESPN, FBI, you know, percentage win rankings. I mean, I think Central's right now has to be at least 90. I mean, I know Opelika just scored there, but 19-6 in the first set. Not a story written for victory.
Yeah, right there. It was actually Hammock kind of tripped up and wasn't able to hit that ball for the Red Devils. And a great play there by Wilson for the Red Devils, and she's actually going to serve now. But, I mean, what a play there, just sneaking it on over. And, wow, just what a play there for the Red Devils. Also coming into the game for the first time is number 9, Amaria Harris, for the Red Devils. First time seeing her. She's actually subbing in for Kyrie Tate, who's really just been balling out. And you see her on the bench right there. I mean, she is still being vocal to her team. Love to see
12th grader from Central, senior area tournament. We talked about it with Adeline, McKenzie, and Leah last game. She's trying to lead her team to victory. I mean, it's working so far. Now up 21-7.
And we see both Fears and Dunbar for Opelika just colliding there. I mean, just not on the same page. I mean, and then on the other side of the net, Central just all over the place. But in a good way, you know, all over the court, flying.
All in the right places.
Yes, in all the right places. You see Wilson here with a hit. All right, it's just going to sneak on out of bounds. That was Harris who the hit there. And you heard Opelika. Now we are hearing some communications, which is a good sign for the Bulldogs right there, just yelling out so nobody touches it. Great communication there from Opelika.
Yeah, I mean, Opelika, very young team, not the best record coming in. They know they can beat their arch nemesis, and, I mean, with communication like that, I mean, this could easily be a comeback.
Yeah, and we'll see Wilson there, Emma Wilson on the hit. Just getting a little too greedy there is Michaela Jones. Actually, haven't called her name out tonight so far.
I mean, I know the basketball goal was on the ceiling, but it kind of looked like it might go for it. I mean, maybe a little bit of a three-pointer.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, you got to control the power. I've said that multiple times on this entire broadcast, but you got to control the power if you're the Bulldogs. And right there, once again, for the Bulldogs, that was Kennedy Saltow, number 5, the outside hitter for the Bulldogs. And, I mean, you know, right there, great hit, but goes out of bounds. You need to place it well as hit it well.
Yeah, you were talking about earlier, I mean, it's not just about power, it's about precision. I mean, if you swing as hard as you can, it's going to go past the court. You got to have, what's the word?
you got to have control.
You got to have discipline.
You got to have control.
You can't just go up and try to hit it as hard as you can. You got to hit it in the right place on your hand. Got to hit it in the right place. I mean, back corner preferably, but that doesn't always happen.
Exactly. And as we see, number 1 for Opelika Durham subbing in for Jones for the Bulldogs. And Durham with that huge, just absolutely tossed that as high as she could in the air, just not able to time it right. Now Lindsay serving it again. It's not an uncommon appearance so far tonight. Now Lindsay serving it up to Hammock. Hammock up to that's Emma Wilson.
I mean, that's the first set right there.
And there, 25-9, Central wins the first set. And we're going to send you to a quick commercial break. Central up 1-0.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality,
tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
we are doctors,
PTA moms.
Patriots.
We are Americans.
We like Game of Thrones.
I'm obsessed with Star Wars. I've seen every episode of SpongeBob because that's what my daughters like to watch.
We
are Sikhs.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Welcome back to Auburn High School. I mean, great game so far here. Central up 1-0 in the sets going into the second set. What did you see in that first set there that really gave Central the win?
Absolute domination. Central winning that set 25-9. I mean, that's almost unheard of. I mean, that's crazy. For an area tournament, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I do want to go into some of the opponents that Opelika has beat. At only 6 wins, they beat Calvary Christian, a 2A school from Georgia, Benjamin Russell, Alex City, Benjamin Russell again, and then Carroll and Laverne. Those are some of their only wins. And they beat Smith Station by one singular set. So this Opelika team, I mean, they are looking for this. Would be a huge win. I mean, I know it's the end of the season, but it would still spark the rest of their season if they were to win the area tournament.
Yeah, not only a big win for the season, but also a big win for the program. I mean, this Opelika program, they haven't been great in volleyball. Let's just be honest. The last couple of seasons, I don't think they made it to the playoffs that they have. They haven't made it while I've been a student here at Auburn High School. But yeah, just a major statement win. And then if you beat Central, you get a chance to play your rivals, Auburn, in the championship. I mean, this is the dream come true if you're able to beat Central tonight. But they have to win a set first, and we're going to go and get started with the second set here. Serving for the Bulldogs was Saltow. Now Saltow trying to save it, but not going to be able to as that went into the stands. And so now Central already up 1-0 in the second set. And Lindsay now going to serve again. I feel like I've said that a lot tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the Central coach in the timeout, I mean, you got to be satisfied with your team. Winning the first set, already up 1-0. I mean, you're just like, guys, go out there, continue to do the same ththing. Opelika can't stop it.
Now we saw Emma Wilson's spike saved by the Bulldogs. Good rally here between these two teams. As Emma Wilson, what a perfect hit. Being hit right into that sweet spot in the back left corner. I mean, nothing the Bulldogs could have done about that. 2-0 Central.
I mean, nothing the Bulldogs have done so far in this game. I mean, very few positives to take away. I mean, there's always positives, but very few for the Bulldogs right now.
Yeah. Although what they are doing better than Smith Station did last game was they're communicating. I can hear them talking out there. It's just they're not being able to get to the balls as quick as they can, and we're just going to have to see them improve that tonight. Although great hit there. Unable to reach that was Lindsay for the Red Devils, and that was number 5 for the Bulldogs, Kennedy Saltow. And, I mean, what a play there. And now we'll see Saltow get the serve here for the Bulldogs. And back into the game is Tate, who had a really good first set, but that one is going to bounce out off of the net, out of bounds.
Yeah, Tate, you know, the first 10 points about for the Red Devils, I mean, she was all over the court, but kind of a slow start this second set and these last few points in the first set. But like you said, I mean, Opelika communicating, you know, out, mind, I mean, calling the ball, everything they can do to beat this heavily favored Central Red Devils team.
Now Lindsay trying to set it up for Tate, and Tate just going to hit it over. And now Hillier trying to hit it over, but great dig there for Central. Great rally between these two teams. Now off of the net, hit by the Bulldogs. And now Monisha Wilson trying to hit it. Another great dig for the Bulldogs. And now number 1, Durham trying to set it up, actually going to just hit it over.
I mean, this is high school volleyball at its very best.
And
such a rally
great dig
going on.
that time by Saltow. I can't even keep track. So much is happening so fast.
I don't know if you've ever played Wii volleyball, Max, but this is an amazing streak going on. And Central coming up with the point now at 3-2.
And that's a tough way to end such a good rally between the two teams. Just we've seen good communication. That one was actually lack of communication. You saw Fears and Dunbar try and go for the ball at the same time, and both of them missing. And so Central ends up with the point. Just a low hit there by Hillier for the Bulldogs.
Another missed timing, going back to what I was said earlier. I mean, jumped a little early, changed the momentum of her swing path, and it hit the net, went right to the floor.
Although in that last rally, I mean, you saw some positives for the Bulldogs there. I mean, able to, just really catch up to the balls and stuff like they're usually not able to. Great job for Opelika.
What a set right there. I mean, that would have been absolutely insane if it went over the net. But Central still with the point.
Yeah, because it was hit back across, and it ended up, unfortunately, for Opelika bouncing out of bounds. But Opelika is showing more promise in this set, I will say. Off that great rally, and they're showing more movement. Just hasn't fallen their way so far in the second set. And you saw right there, Fears just not sure of what she was going to do right there, and she ends up just hitting it right into the net. Now we'll see Monisha Wilson for Central serve right here. Now Lindsay setting it up for Emma Wilson. And Monisha Wilson just right there, just couldn't handle it, couldn't decide between her and Hammock, the libero, who was going to hit the ball right there. And so just tough break for Central, good for Opelika. Opelika now going to serve. Now subbing in for Fears, and that's going to be number 7. Actually, the first time calling her name out tonight, Stella George. And she's going to serve here for the Bulldogs. Now Emma Wilson trying to hit it over, unable to. And now we'll see Tate hitting it over. Tate really having a quiet second set here. Now Hillier. Emma Wilson trying to hit it over. Another great dig there. That was by George. George trying to save it, just kind of falls down and kind of runs in to her other player, her teammate actually, Dunbar, and that's not what you want to see if you're the Bulldogs.
I mean, it was kind of weird because, like you said, communication was a little bit off there. It kind of like she punched her stomach, and, she was kind of on the ground like grabbing it. I mean, very rough collision right there. And if you're the Opelika coach, you definitely don't want to see that.
Yeah, just kind of obviously unintentional, but, you know. Now Opelika, you're seeing things kind of almost slip up like they did in the first set. I mean, you cannot let this second set get out of hand. It's one thing to lose the first set, but losing the second set as well is, you know, very tough to come back from. And now we see subbed in, and a lack of communication there. I mean, it's almost as if the communication is just getting worse for the Bulldogs right now. I mean, I don't know what to say, you know. But for the Central Red Devils, subbing in is number 14, Margaret Yelding, the junior.
I mean, you talk about communication on 2 points ago. I mean, number 16 on Opelika, Dunbar, I mean, she was right there for the ball, stuck her arms out, and just put it back. Like, Coach, I don't want to hit the ball right there. I mean, I don't know what happened right there, but I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it from up here, but I do kind of feel for the Opelika players, because when you're down there actually on the court trying to, you know, hit those balls and trying to time it up right, you know, it is kind of a split-second decision, but still, I mean, you're playing in the area tournament. You gotta pull yourself together here if you're the Bulldogs.
Especially, I mean, doesn't have her grade listed on here, but I mean, I'm pretty sure she is a junior or a senior. I mean, as one of the leaders of this team, you got to make plays. You got to make plays like that. You got to put your team in the best position possible. She just didn't right there, but she'll bounce back.
Yeah, and another timeout here for the Bulldogs, and now we're gonna come back onto the floor with Hammock, who's gonna serve it for the Red Devils. And we talked about her pregame, although Hammock kind of having a quiet game here for the Red Devils. We'll see if she can turn it up.
Yeah, you know, as the libero and the captain, one of the captains of this team, you think she would have more presence in the game so far. I mean, all of her teammates have stepped up. I mean, number 10, Lindsay, number 4, Tate, just to name a few. I mean, they've truly stepped up, and they've led this Red Devils team to 1-0 and 11-3 in the second set.
Now in the game for the first time for the Red Devils, number 5, Annabelle White. She is the junior defensive specialist for the Red Devils. And now that's going to be for the first point in a while for the Bulldogs, and now serving is Dunbar. 11-4 our score right now, so Bulldogs have a long ways to go if they want to get back this lead. And that's going to be out of bounds, hit by Emma Wilson. And now it's going to be Dunbar serving again for the Bulldogs. And let's see if the Bulldogs can string together a little run here, you know? Could really change the tide of the game.
I mean, like I said, last game, Auburn versus Smith Station, maybe the invisible rally caps are coming on a little bit. I don't know what the Opelika coach told her team at the end of the first set, but, I mean, it's working so far.
Now Lindsay setting it up for Emma Wilson, and Wilson just returned back to her. They're going to try it again. And now Hillier trying to just tip it over for the Bulldogs. Now Emma Wilson trying once again. Great rally here between these two teams. Now Lindsay hitting it up and just into the net by number 14 Yielding for the the Central Red Devils. And tough break there. And like I said, don't sleep on these Bulldogs right now. You know, it's 11-3. Blink your eyes once, and it's 11-6. Dunbar serving for the Bulldogs.
Young but mighty for the Bulldogs right now. Young but mighty. Very young team. You know, 7th grader, 2 9th graders. I mean, you don't see that on Auburn a lot, but Opelika, I mean, only down 6 points is a pretty big victory in my opinion.
Yeah, now Central finally getting their first point in a while. Now it's going to be shifting to Central serving the ball with Melissa Smith serving for the Red Devils. And just mistimed that hit there. That's going to be Montel for the Bulldogs. I mean, I don't know. I mean, right there, it seemed like she couldn't decide whether she was going to hit it over or hit it to one of her teammates. Just a little bit of confusion.
A little bit of confusion and lack of communication right now, but right there, you know, calling for the ball. Number 6 for the Bulldogs. And what a block right there by number 21, Jones, for the Bulldogs. I mean, we could talk about Tate for the Red Devils all night, but Jones for the Bulldogs, showing why she's a varsity starter.
Yeah, Tate hasn't been in the game for a while for Central, and that could be partially the reason for Bulldogs' run right now. Tate, possibly, if you're the Central head coach, you got to think about putting her back in the game.
I will say, I mean, viewers see it on the camera, Central a very small team, not a lot of depth at every position. When you look at the Bulldogs bench, you look at Auburn's bench, you look at Smith Station bench from last game, I mean, there's depth at almost every single position. You have a backup. I mean, even for Auburn, I mean, almost a third string like. And Central with a very small team. I mean, only 12 people, only 10 people, excuse me. But I mean, very small team. But it's proving they're up by 7.
As we saw there, I mean, a great hit by Lindsay. I mean, very small team, but I have a feeling that all those players they pick to make sure they bring their best people on the road, especially in an environment like this, in a tournament like this. As we see the stands filling up, I mean, there are a lot of Central fans. This team has a lot of support. Has Phoenix City on, has their back, and I mean they're proving it right now why they are the 2nd seed in the Area 4 tournament. Now Monisha Wilson trying to hit it over. Now Brian Wilson setting it up for Lindsay. Lindsay unable to hit it over the bounds, and that was Fears for the Bulldogs, and now it's going to be Central with the point, and we see coming back into the game is Tate for the Central Red Devils, and I feel like that's a good sub-in by the coach. I mean, she's really just been their spark plug, especially in the first set.
Yeah, the spark plug of this team and one of the leaders of this team. I mean, amazing blocks, amazing sets for her teammates. We see it right there. She's not being jealous, but when she gets the opportunity, she's going to take the point for herself.
Yeah, I mean, Tate having an instant impact right there. I mean, what more could you say about her performance tonight? She's just performed like the absolute best. And right there, just a little bit of a miss-hit by Mallory Parrish, not able to handle the serve from Lexi Poole. That wasn't Parrish. That was Durham for the Bulldogs. And now Poole with another serve.
You see these stands filling up. You see the student section starting to come to life. I mean, these fans are ready for the championship. Auburn looking to play one of these teams. I mean, more than likely going to be the Central Red Devils, but still could be the Opelika Bulldogs. I don't know about you, but I'm excited for this championship game.
Yeah, this championship game is going to have a lot of fireworks, a great game. Be sure y'all stay tuned for that. But first, let's finish up this game, as that was just a miss-hit there. And that was by Fears for the Bulldogs. I mean, this Bulldogs team, it's starting to slip away. They started the second set out really promising, but it's starting to slip away here if you're Opelika. Now subbing in for the Bulldogs is Rowe. She's coming in for Fears.
Kind of a miscommunication between the ref and the server for the Red Devils. She started a little too early before the subs came in, but she gets a reserve.
Mm-hmm. And now we'll see Poole hitting it directly to Brian, and just mishandled there by Dunbar. She kind of lost her footing, though, and wasn't able to get back up. And now Central 5 points away from ending the the second set.
Yeah, Central 5 points away from going up 2-0. It would be a very interesting research. It would be a very interesting stat to see how many teams have come back from 2-0 down 2 sets to 0.
I'll guarantee
Probably
you it's
very,
not
very
a lot.
rare. Probably about 2 teams in a million. Maybe not that much, but I mean, a ridiculous number.
Yeah. And now we'll see over the top Monisha Smith. Now Melissa Smith setting it up, and kind of a little bit confusion there for the Red Devils, but ball still in play. Now Melissa Smith setting it up for Monisha Wilson, and
what a dig right
great
there.
Dig by Durham for the Bulldogs. Great rally between these two teams. Now Monisha Wilson just going to roll on the top of the net, and it's going to go over, and couldn't really tell who tipped that back for the Opelika Bulldogs. But, I mean, great play by the Bulldogs just staying in it. And, I mean, the lead is it's double their points right now, but, I mean, it's less than it was just now. And Lindsay with a heck of a hit. But
I will say
the
spikes and the kills have been a little bit off for the Red Devils, but their digs have been on point, except for that one. We'll neglect that one, but just a miss hit right there.
Yeah, Monisha Wilson coming with the fire on that play, and absolutely nothing the Bulldogs could do. Just found the sweet spot, hit it to where nobody was, and hit it hard. Now Lindsay serving for the Red Devils. Now Dunbar trying to handle the set from, that's going to be number 6. And now that's going to be a violation against the Bulldogs, and it's going to be Central point, and Central just 3 points away, up 22-10 here in the second set, trying to get that victory and trying to punch their ticket into that championship game against Auburn, which will start about 25-30 minutes after this game is over.
I mean, like I said, fans starting to fill up the gym, students starting to tune into our broadcast, starting to form a little bit of a student section, I would say. But, I mean, the championship game is going to be absolute fireworks, absolute must-watch live stream right here on AHS Mass Media on NFHS Network.
Yeah. And that's the point for the Bulldogs as Lindsay hit it directly into the net. Now serving for the Bulldogs is going to be Saltow for the Bulldogs. And now Saltow is going to serve it for the Bulldogs. And Emma Wilson with a heater there over the top and hitting it directly into that back right corner, back left corner. And now it is match point in the second set, and Central's ready to get to that third set and ready to bring this thing home.
We talk about fireworks in the championship game. We're having fireworks right now, Max. I mean, that literally looked like you lit a firework on fire. It shot up into there and exploded. That was absolutely insane right there from the Red Devils.
Serving for the Red Devils was Monisha Wilson, and Dunbar just hitting it directly into the net, and that's going to be the second set. Central winning that set 25-11, now up 2-0, and we'll be right back after a quick commercial break for the third set of the semifinal in the Area 4 tournament.
Please come back.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good. This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
Extinction is forever. To save America's most iconic and imperiled species from extinction, we must fight for their future. Fight to save the natural lands that wildlife call home. Fight to limit pollution. Fight for smart development. Fight for their future. And fight for ours. For so goes nature, so goes us.
Hands on the road, hands on the wheel. Safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel. Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School, and we're entering the third set and what could possibly be the final set here between Opelika and Central. And what have you seen so far from the Central team that's helped them to get up to a lead that they have right now?
Yeah, I mean, Central absolute dominance in the first two sets. I mean, going back to what I said before this game, very experienced team with 5 seniors. I mean, 3-year starters more than likely on varsity, just communicating with their team, leading their team. Even the juniors are just leading this team. I mean, it's been absolutely dominant. Their timing has been perfect. I mean, we saw number 4, Tate. I mean, absolute clinic in the first 2 sets with her blocks, her sets, her spikes. Literally everything for the Red Devils is going it's going right now, and you see it as Hammock, is running around the court cheering on her teammates.
Yeah, I mean, Hammock really the leader of this team. We talked about her in the opening. Hasn't really performed, as well as we thought she would. But, I mean, her other players are stepping up as we see Lindsay serving it here to start the 3rd set.
Let's go.
Now Lindsay setting it up. Emma Wilson. Oh, now I got that messed up. But, no, it's just going to be Central's point here for the Red Devils.
And the Central fans on the Central fans on the visitor side of the gym are having a ball. Assistant coach on the bench is having a ball. Head coach hasn't shown much emotion, but I'm sure she's happy on the inside. Then you see the fat heads in the stands for the players. I mean, these parents, these fans, these students for Central, actual students from Central are here. I mean, they're loving this clinic from their team.
Yeah, I mean, you see the fat heads. You also, just the Central team has so much support from their city, and for good reason, because we're seeing how well they're playing tonight. Now Emma Wilson just going to be returned by the Bulldogs here, and out of bounds, hit right there by Saltow for the Bulldogs. And now it's already up 2-0 for the Central Red Devils. And now Lindsay will serve it again for the Central Red Devils.
Do you want to talk about a ranking for Central? According to Max Preps, they're number 74 team in the state. That is awfully impressive given how many volleyball teams there are. With football, you see the classification. It matters a little bit more. But in volleyball, I mean, we see these 1A teams. We see these 3 and 4A teams. I mean, they could come in and dominate a 7A team. We saw that with Prattville Christian coming into Auburn as a 3A school and beating Auburn, a 7A team. I mean, Central to be ranked number 74 in the state is awfully impressive. I mean, we've seen it on the court tonight, now up 3-0 in the 3rd set.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat. I didn't know that. I wonder what Auburn's ranked. But we'll see. We'll see. Opelika try to get back here against this really highly touted, highly ranked team. Like you just said, what a impressive hit there by Monisha Wilson, but it will go out of bounds. And now the Bulldogs finally get their first point of the 3rd set.
Auburn number 45 in the state, according to Max Preps, and number 1 in the Montgomery, Columbus, Opelika area. I mean, Auburn, the record does not show it, I will say. But, I mean, the experts see the talent that is available on this team.
Yeah, this Auburn team, a very talented team. And we'll see it in the Area 4 Championship, which will be coming up right after this game is over, 30 minutes after. And another point there by Central. And now a sub in for the Red Devils. Subbing out is number 1, Mallory Parrish, and subbing in is Lexi Poole for the Red Devils. Now Dunbar hitting it over and just goes out of bounds. Dunbar hasn't really had the greatest night so far, as you saw right there, just shaking her head after that play. But we'll see if she can get back into it and possibly lead this Opelika team to a miracle comeback at this point.
And viewers, if y'all are the biggest volleyball fans, students, people from the city of Auburn, I mean, all around the state watching this 3rd set does go to 25. The only set that goes to 15 is the 5th set, if it's 2-2. So Central is 19 points away from clinching the victory and making the championship against Auburn. And, man, I'm hitting the table. I'm so excited.
Kind of scared me there just a little bit. But Monisha Wilson on that last play, spiking the ball actually right into the face of Mary Cara Montel. And that's kind of been the type of night it's been for the Bulldogs. And so now serving for the Bulldogs is Saltow. And now Saltow going to serve here. Now Lindsay with some good hustle to get that ball. And just hit wrongly off the hand of Poole there for the Red Devils. as it is now 6-3. So Opelika trying to still show a little bit of life in this last set, or possibly last set. Now Saltow is going to hit it right into the net. And you saw Tate there for Central. I haven't called her name much since the first set. But, I mean, just ready to hit that ball. And she's actually going to get the serve here for the Red Devils.
I will say, if Central and Auburn play in the area tournament championship, we might see a preview of Friday's varsity football game. Absolute chess match, checkers match, whatever game you play, Uno match, whatever board game or card game that you play. I mean, I feel like this championship could be one of the best volleyball games in the state. Easily one of the best in the state. Maybe not even the country this year.
I mean, looking at it, I don't know what I'm more excited for, seeing that explosive Central offense versus that, you know, really stalwart of an Auburn defense, or Tate versus freaking Fettner in the championship. It's hard to choose.
Face to face at the net, jumping up and down. I mean, we'll see who wins, but I mean, Opelika could always come back.
Yeah, Opelika is still with a chance. I mean, I know it's 9-3, you know, but we can see if Opelika here could come back. It would be a miracle, but we'll see.
You want to know an interesting stat about Central?
Okay.
So you know how Auburn beat Columbus 3-0? They actually lost to them in a tournament. They lost to them 2-0. So, I mean, a little head-to-head action going on. And then I will say they did lose to Auburn 3-1 in Auburn High School gymnasium. The main gym room, probably 3,100 something. But I mean, head-to-head matches have been awfully close, and it's gonna be an absolute ball game.
Yeah, I mean, Central, you're looking to get revenge against this Auburn team, especially with your men's football team, you know, coming into hostile environment in the Duck. You want to, you know, if you could get wins in volleyball, in the volleyball area championship, and in the football field, on the football field in the same week against one of your rivals, I mean, that's a whole lot of bragging rights right there.
I mean, I will maybe Taylor's hottest take on this broadcast.
Shout out Tigers.
Auburn versus Central has become more of an intense rivalry than Auburn versus Opelika in the past few years. I
mean, that is a hot take, although I'm kind of on the same page with you. We'll actually kind of talk about that on AHS Countdown tomorrow as why this is such a big rivalry between this Red Devil and this Auburn team. I mean, just because of the stakes that it brings with it, especially with playoff implications.
Not even football. I mean, volleyball, the 1 and 2 seed, baseball. I mean, Final Four matchup 2 years ago.
Basketball. We saw them play Auburn last year.
I can't even. Jacoby Jones, I think.
Jacoby Hill
for Central. If you're watching this, I mean, you're going to be an absolute weapon on varsity basketball.
Yeah, he's playing this year. If we're able to commentate that area tournament again, I'm very excited to see how that plays out.
I'm very excited to see Jacoby Hill.
I'm excited to see Cam Coleman too on Friday.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, what a stud! Him versus whoever we put on the secondary for him. I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but I don't want to say it because, you know, their coach might be listening. Shout out Mr. Nix, Coach Nix. But he might be listening.
Coach Nix.
All right, let's focus on volleyball now. We get carried away with
football. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm an Oregon football fan. I have a little bit of an admiration for Coach Nix, but let's get back to volleyball, like you said.
If y'all want to hear more of our football takes, be sure to tune in on Friday or just come to the game for the Auburn Central game. Sure to be a special one. As we see Auburn, their players actually getting ready to take to the court. And now serving for the Bulldogs is Dunbar. And trying to save that is Hammock, but to no. And, hey, look up, and the Bulldogs are coming back, and the Red Devils have actually called a timeout. So we'll see what happens here. But, I mean, you know, the Red Devils, we kind of just looked down and started getting carried away with football a little bit. Maybe that, you know, the Bulldogs kind of took that personally because we were talking only Central and Auburn. I mean, they just played us in football. And, you know, I mean, you know, they're really showing out tonight. So.
Really showing out tonight. I mean, star players include Tate, Hammock, Lindsay. I mean, absolute studs for this women's volleyball team. They're proving why they were a very close 2 seed to the Auburn Tigers, losing to Auburn in the head-to-head to become the 2 seed. But, I mean, this Central team, watch out. Watch out. That's all I'm going to say. To other teams watching this, looking towards the playoffs, watch out for this Central team.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This Central team, especially what I'm seeing right now, they could definitely be a team where even if they lose the area championship tonight, they could definitely still make it in the playoffs and definitely make some noise as well. As we'll see Dunbar for the Bulldogs. First, they got to put Opelika away right here. 14 points away from winning this match. Now Hammock just mistiming it just a little bit. Now Dunbar serving it up and unable to reach it. That was number 7, Lexi Poole, but a great tip by Lydia Hillier. And if you're Central, you kind of need to compose yourself here because you hear this place. Now the Opelika fans are kind of getting rowdy, seeing their team come back.
I mean, if we put both of these teams on a balance beam right now, I think it is going Opelika's way right now. And Opelika ties the game.
That darn table. The darn table hasn't done anything to you.
When you get excited, you can hit the table.
That is true.
I would rather hit you, but I got to hit the table. And you hear the Let's Go Bulldogs chants raining in Auburn High School. Never thought that would happen, but, I mean, it's happening right now.
And this place is getting loud, and it's not even the championship yet. I mean,
that was an amazing diving dig right there. This is an absolute insane rally.
And now Hillier trying to save it for the Bulldogs, and now Hammock setting it up, and they're going to set it up for.
That's out.
That's out by Emma
Olsen. Going to take the lead.
Opelika with the lead right now for the Bulldogs, and oh my goodness, what a turn of events we've seen. It was 11-3, now it's 11-12. And
Let's go Bulldogs.
Hey, unbiased commentators.
Unbiased. I just got to join the fans that are right near us.
Whoa, my goodness. And Tate with an answer. That
wasn't but Tate.
That wasn't Tate. Excuse me, I was wrong. That was actually number 9, Amaria Harris. But, I mean, what a hit there. What an answer by Central. And we got a ball game, folks. We got a ball game.
We definitely got a volleyball game right here.
Now Central serve. And now
the momentum has gone back.
The momentum has quickly gone back to Central. But how about Opelika showing some heart? Could have easily rolled over.
Really crazy.
But and this Opelika team is still flying all over the court. Now Hammock setting it up for Lindsay. Lindsay airing it way over the side of the Opelika Bulldogs. And now we got a tie ball game once again with the Ryan ready to serve.
I did see the Central coach try to argue to the ref that maybe an Opelika player tipped it, but, I mean, ref is way closer than anyone here. I mean, he's literally standing on a pedestal watching the ball. So props to him for that call.
Now Brian hitting it over. Pear setting it up. Lindsay over the top. And, just mishandled by Opelika trying to save it. And not going to be able to there. Great rally by Opelika, but just not able to save it and get it back over the net. But, I mean, you know, this game, if Opelika, though, is able to come back and win this set, the amount of momentum shift that would be for the Bulldogs is – because volleyball is very much a momentum game as well, you know, because if you get the momentum and you're able to, you know, take over the sets, then it's basically ball game there.
How many momentum can shift throughout a game? I mean, we just saw it. Beginning of end of second set, all the momentum Central. Beginning of third set. Central. Set.
And if you're like kind of slipping away, that they can win, and it's going to be Opelika with the point there. It's going to be 15. I heard the ref brother whistle. That's because subbing out for the Bulldogs is Jones. Coming into the game is going to be number 1, Ashley Durham. She's going to serve it here. And Hammock. Now Lindsay just going to serve it over to the Bulldogs. Anisha Wilson. Now Brian. Just by Brian. You hate to see it. And now it's going to go up 16-14. And yeah, if you're You just don't need to do anything too crazy. Try to hit her hand. Try to do a misdirection. There you just team the best. Now Dunbar serving up to Saltow. And now Brian just skying it there. Now Saltow. And now Melissa Smith.
I mean, Opelika is hype right now on this rally. It's amazing to see how so easily. I mean, even rally switch immensely.
Now we'll see a timeout here for the Bulldogs after that score for Central. And we're going to send you to a really quick commercial break before the end of the set.
This high school used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this. It's time for a change. Let's bend.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality,
tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
PTA moms.
Patriots.
We are Americans. We.
Welcome back to Auburn High School, and Central actually just scored there, adding on to their lead. Central kind of pulling away in this third set, 7 points away from punching their ticket to the Area 4 championship, which will come up 30 minutes after this one's over. And Opelika kind of came back in the middle of that third set, but just, you know, Central able to save off the pressure and really showing why they want to get into that Area 4 championship.
Yeah, I mean, Central right here trying to put the nail in the coffin, go up 5 points in a singular set. I mean, that would be a very do. But if you're Opelika, this is one last gasp for air.
Yeah.
You're being tortured right now.
Hey, it got very serious very quick.
And you're trying to come back in this game and win this third set.
Yeah. Hopefully here, but I mean, right there, Saltow just really upset there as you saw.
You see the frustration in Opelika. I mean, they know that this is away from their season being over. Others touch the court again and play volleyball.
Yeah.
School, I mean, never know, but on a high school court.
And now Monisha Wilson, spike handled there by Durham, and Central now up 21-14. We've seen 5 straight points here for Central. We are the second ranked team in the pressure. It's actually a penalty.
I think it's the net.
Yeah. So you cannot do that if y'all didn't know. Dunbar, and now 3 points away from clinching their spot in the Area 4 championship.
Yes, fans, rules, can't touch the net, can't go past the net, and you see those little tiny markers coming off the net, though the other team's point.
Yes. Thank you for the rule breakdown, Taylor.
Just doing my job.
and a great hit
with another
there.
one, I mean.
I would much natural with that.
It's almost like a javelin throw. She's going all the way back and just chucking that on the court and getting the easy point. And now 2 points away for the.
And now we'll see Monisha Wilson hit it here, serve it for the Red Devils. Bring it up for Emma Middleton. Going to go out of bounds. And 1 point away are the Red Devils, 24-15. We're standing up here. We're out of our seats as Central is smelling it right now, like you said for Auburn last game.
And you see, right here, right in front of us, getting ready for this championship game, getting ready to storm the court, warm up, and win this area tournament. Excuse me.
Now Opelika here trying to keep their season alive. Hammock over to Lindsay. Lindsay up to Tate.
I don't know about you, but I want Tate to just go to that and absolutely spike it down.
And just mishandled by Brian, and that's going to do it. Central v. Auburn in the area championship. A little bit of a preview, like I just said, for our Auburn versus Central football game this Friday. What a game, Central. What a fight, though, by Opelika. What did you see from the Central team, though, going in?
I mean, of course, you got Tate and Lindsay, the two opposite hitters on the front, opposite and outside. I mean, absolutely insane. Head coach, you see it right now. She's proud of her team. I mean, they have a chance to beat the Auburn Tigers, not for one time, but 2 times this week in volleyball and football. So, I mean, we got a great match coming up. But props to the Opelika Bulldogs. Great season. I mean, got to give them props.
Yeah, and I don't want to break it down too much because coming up is actually AHS Game Break with Reese Kinder, Alex Frank, and Jay Eccles. Go ahead and take it away, Reese.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
When you take your car in for an oil change, a good mechanic will also take care of other routine maintenance to make sure your car runs safely and efficiently. Protecting your health isn't much different. When you get a COVID-19 vaccine, it's important to make sure you're also protected from other serious but preventable diseases. It's easy and convenient to get other routine vaccines at the same time as a COVID-19 vaccine. So make sure you ask a healthcare professional about other vaccines you may need to maintain your health.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Both teams won 3-0 in both their games, so I think this game could go 5 games possibly tonight. And now we're going to move into the keys to the game segment. Guys, what are your keys to the game?
My key to the game is that Auburn needs to come out with a hot start, a quick start. We cannot let it play behind at all. We got to block,
Jaden, what's your keys to the game?
We just win against Opelika, so I say just keep feeding the flame and get this win.
Well, that's going to do it for AHS Game Break. We'll see you after the game for AHS Final.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality,
tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
we are doctors,
PTA moms.
Patriots.
We are Americans.
We like Game of Thrones.
I'm obsessed with Star Wars. I've seen every episode of SpongeBob because that's what my daughters like to watch.
We are Sikhs.
Performing on stage takes mental and physical preparation. But one thing I never thought to prepare for was cervical cancer. 91% of cervical cancers are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. For many people, HPV hides inside them and they never develop symptoms. But for others, HPV links directly to cancer. My cancer almost ended my career. It almost ended me. The good news is there are vaccines that can protect you or your children from cancer. The HPV vaccine is recommended for 11 to 12-year-olds, and a catch-up vaccine may be an option for teens and young adults. Talk to your doctors. You don't want HPV hiding inside your body like HPV has been hiding inside this commercial. Did you see all of them? Go to thinkaboutthelink.org to look again and learn more. Together, we can stop cancer before it starts.
You can't tell how someone feels just by looking at them or what they share online. To the outside world, our lives may look perfect, even if in reality they aren't. I'm always worrying about doing well at school, and with the end of year test coming up, I'm not sure how much longer I can cope. My thoughts swarm around my head, sometimes keeping me up all night. Some days it's just all too much, and I feel like I'm lost in space. When I did badly on one of my tests, I just about kept it together until I got home. Then I broke down crying in front of my mum. She listened for a bit, and then she told me that, just like physical health, we all have mental health. It's our feelings, our thinking, our emotions, and our moods. She then said that feeling down, angry, and stressed is a normal part of life, just like it's normal to feel happy, confident, and carefree sometimes. We all have positive and negative emotions that come and go based on what's happening around us. These are everyday feelings. Good mental health means experiencing negative emotions. It's not always about being happy. Mum can relate to the feelings of stress. So when Mum suggested I take a break from everything and do something I enjoy, I actually took her advice. So I made myself a hot chocolate, snuggled up in a duvet and watched a film. And you know what? Afterwards I felt so much better. Mum should take her own advice.
Most of us only ever share the good things. We don't like to share how we really feel. Every morning when I wake up, negative thoughts stream through my head. Getting out of bed and pretending I'm okay takes all the energy I have. As the day goes on, the negative thoughts turn from a stream into a river. The water rushes through my head so loudly it's hard to concentrate in lessons. And some days it's so bad it feels like a waterfall that's trying to pull me over the edge. Everything is so overwhelming. I didn't think my friends would understand if I told them how down I was feeling. But when Sasha opened up to me about how stressed she was feeling, I told her. I wasn't sure how to bring up how I'd been feeling, so I started by saying that I didn't feel like myself. Just her listening made me feel like she understood. She told me some things that had helped her, so I tried them too, but it didn't make much of a difference. Even when I tried to be around my friends, I felt alone. The things I used to enjoy weren't fun anymore.
I was really worried about Andre and not sure what to do. He was quiet and wasn't hanging out with us like he used to. So I asked our head of year for some advice. He suggested I get Andre to speak to him since his negative feelings weren't going away.
I didn't want to speak to our head of year, but I also didn't want to keep feeling so down, so I went. He said that sometimes we have overwhelming feelings that can be more intense than our everyday feelings. These feelings hang around for a long time and change the way we feel, think, and behave. They can stop us doing what we want to in life. That's what I was going through. He also said that if we're physically unwell, we let people know, we ask for help. It should be no different with mental health. Sometimes our overwhelming feelings are brought on because of things in our life. Sometimes they happen for no reason at all. After hearing this, I felt much less alone and it felt good to talk. Scientists have found exercise can help when you're feeling low, so our head of year encouraged me to sign up to the school football club, which Sasha was already in. I still have days when the river is there, but now I'm beginning to understand my mental health. I'm learning how to cope. Our head of year reminded me that my friends, family, teachers, and lots of others at school are there to help just as much as he is. I had no idea the people around me could be so understanding. And while it's not always easy to talk about my mental health, the person I'm talking to might be able to help. If you don't feel like talking, that's fine. You could try writing, sports, reading, art, music, playing with your pet, whatever makes you feel better.
If you're the person someone talks to when they're struggling, just listen with no pressure or judgments. You don't have to have the answer. If you feel unsure about anything, you can speak to a trusted adult. Talking Talking about mental health doesn't have to be difficult. After all, it's something we all have.
Extinction is forever. To save America's most iconic and imperiled species from extinction, we must fight for their future. Fight to save the natural lands that wildlife call home. Fight to limit pollution. Fight for smart development. Fight for their future. And fight for ours. For so goes nature, so goes us.
You have no business being out there. Terrible.
You know, I'm a person too.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
Parenting your teen, it might be time to take a new approach. Visit boystown.org/parenting. Whether you're the parent of a toddler, teen, or someone in between, we've got parenting guides, articles, videos, quick tips, and even live parent talks with Boys Town experts. Boys Town, take your parenting skills to new heights.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Parenting your teen, it might be time to take a new approach. Visit boystown.org/parenting. Whether you're the parent of a toddler, teen, or someone in between, we've got parenting guides, articles, videos, quick tips, and even live parent talks with Boys Town experts. Boys Town, take your parenting skills to new heights.
Yes, women can have it all, including heart attacks. Know the signs. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women. Get heart checked.
I will be right by your side. If I can't find the cure, I'll pursue with my love. No matter what, you know I'll pursue with my love. And if you say you're okay, I'm gonna heal you anyway. Promise I'll always be there. Promise I'll be.
Yes, women can have it all, including heart attacks. Know the signs. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women. Get heart checked.
Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School, and it is time for the Area 4 championship between the #1 seed Auburn Tigers and the #2 seed Central Red Devils. We're exactly 1 minute away from tip-off. Taylor, this is going to be a good one. We're in for a great one tonight. So far, let's review those first two games. I mean, both teams getting sweeps, full, straight sets over their opponents. Auburn with Smith Station, and then Central over Opelika. Although I have a feeling that this one's probably going to go for more than 3 sets. I mean, but yeah, no, I mean, yeah, if it's like you said, then Auburn is really, or y'all are in for a treat tonight,
Yeah, I mean, I think this game easily goes to 5 sets. I mean, probably 15-14 in the final set. Both these teams absolutely dominated their first games. Auburn against Smith Station, Central versus Opelika. But, I mean, 1 and 2 seed, this will be a very, very great match.
I mean, if your prediction's correct, then buckle up, strap in. This is going to be a fun one tonight, as they're going to get ready to announce the lineups for these two teams. And I'll go ahead and announce them to you right now on air. #1, Campbell Fettner. #2, Molly Smith. #3, Mackenzie Farr. #4, Leah Beeson. #5, Harper Gamble. #6, Zoe Stow. #7, Gabby Stringer. #8, Lily Trexler. #9, Eliza Hill. #12, Adeline Lassiter. I also almost skipped over #11, Reese Wagnon, who's actually coming up from the JV team to the varsity team. We also have #13, Hope Richard. #16, Maddie Dickinson. #18, Avery Grant. #20, Connolly Etheridge. And then for Central, we have #1, Mallory Parrish. #2, Cameron Hammock. #3, Savannah Turiel. #4, Kyrie Tate. #5, Annabelle White. #6, Monisha Wilson. #7, Lexi Poole. #9, Amaria Harris. #8, Emma Wilson. #10, Jabril Lindsay. And #14, Margaret Yielding. Out of all of those players, what are some players to look at for both teams going into this game?
Oh, I mean, for Auburn, you have to look at #1, Campbell Fettner. She's a junior. I mean, she can just rise up. She can block. She can hit with precision, and she can also hit with immense power. Watch out for her, as she actually is in the starting lineup for this game. And for Central, watch out for Kyrie Tate. That's all I'm going to say. #4, Kyrie Tate on the Red Devils, right up in the center. I mean, last game, she could just jump over the net and just tap the ball with her finger, and it would go straight down. I mean, immense power through her hand. Watch out for her.
Yeah, and actually Fettner's going to be subbed out. Here's the starting lineups for your Auburn Tigers and the Central Red Devils. For Auburn, starting in the middle as the middle blocker is going to be I actually can't see her number right now. #7, Gabby Stringer. And then #9, Eliza Hill right next to her, as well as Mackenzie Farr, #3. And then libero is Adeline Lassiter. And then also in the game is Dickinson and Molly Smith, and that's not a great start for the Auburn Tigers, unable to handle that serve from Lindsay. And we saw Lindsay serve a lot last game. She is really good. I don't think I saw a bad serve all game.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about both these teams coming to this game. I mean, you could look at it as a disadvantage for the Red Devils. I mean, they're probably a little bit tired from last game, but they're on a roll right now. They just won 3-0, and Auburn has had a little bit of a break. I mean, they haven't played a game in about an hour, so, I mean, maybe a little bit rusty, maybe a little bit not. We'll see, as it is now 2-1.
Yeah, and a great hit there for Stringer to get Auburn in the point column as she's going to sub out for who you pointed out before the game, Campbell Fettner. Now Lassiter, the libero, and the leader of this team, as we so often call her, going to serve here for the Tigers.
Yeah, Adeline Lassiter, one of the 3 seniors actually recognized last week. And there's my player profile right there, number 1, Campbell Fettner, coming up clutch for the Tigers, making this tie game. But, I mean, Adeline leads this team easily. I mean, her communication, her teamwork, she tells people where to go, and they go there. She's very well respected around here. And watch out for her this game as a leader.
And starting for Central out there is the libero, number 2. That's going to be Cameron Hammock. You also have out there the aforementioned Tate as well. Then you have Monisha Smith as well as Melissa Smith on those 2 sides as the outside hitters. And then obviously you have Lindsay as well as Parrish on the back end. This is going to be a great game. We already see it 2-2 and a great rally here.
Like you said, we already see this amazing rally right here. And what a hit by number 8. That is Emma Wilson for the Red Devils. I mean, absolute weapon last game, absolute weapon this game already.
Yeah, what a hit right there for Emma Wilson. And Adeline Lassiter just not able to handle that one. We don't usually see that for her. Must have meant it was a great hit by Smith. Now we'll see Monisha Smith hit the serve here. Now, great hit there. That was Hill for Auburn. And now Hill come into the game for Dickinson. And these teams are bringing it all out tonight. They're leaving it all out on the court.
I want to say one blatantly obvious thing that actually happened in the Opelika game. Auburn's bench is so much more deep than Central's. If Central gets tired, Auburn will take advantage and will easily win this game. I mean, 14 players, actually 16 players, if you don't count Avery Grant, who is unfortunately injured today, to Central's 10. Auburn has 6 more players than Central on their team. So watch out for that this game, as Leah Beeson gets an amazing point right there.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about them getting tired. I mean, even coming out, they just played a hard-fought. I know it was 3-0, but that last set was hard-fought for the Central Red Devils last game. And so, I mean, yeah, you could definitely see fatigue playing into a factor in this game. Now Stout serving it. Now Monisha Smith going to control it. Now Emma Wilson.
What a set right there. And
that's going to go out of bounds. Emma Wilson just not able to hit it into the square. And now Auburn taking the lead. I mean, we've already had like 3 lead changes, and it's only 5-4. So you see Emma Wilson trying to hit it over, and Sal just not able to get to it. And, I mean, you're seeing it from Auburn, too. I mean, they still did play a while ago, but you could also see as that rest that they got, you know, kind of like a disadvantage for them because Central, they still have that, you know, adrenaline going from last game. Auburn needs to wake up here.
What a dig right there.
What a good dig by Hammock indeed. Now setting it up for Etheridge, and Etheridge perfectly hit into the back corner. And wow, what a hit there by Etheridge. Can't hit it any better than that.
Etheridge, the sophomore outside hitter. I mean, absolutely insane. Actually, it was on JV when the rosters came out. I know I said this is a Smith Station game, but new viewers, Connolly Etheridge started on the JV team and got moved up about mid-season. And we saw her in action against Columbus. And, I mean, she's in action right now as well.
Yeah, we saw her in action against Columbus and, like you said, in action against Smiths. And there is actually an all-tournament team. I'm pretty sure it's 2 players from the championship teams, each championship team. And right now, Etheridge has to be in the voting for that right now.
I would say it's a close race for me between Stow, who had about 12 perfect serves in a row, and then Campbell Fettner, who has been absolutely insane in the past game and already in this game. But for Central, it has to be, at this point, it has to be Tate and it has to be Lindsay, number 4 and number 10 on the Red Devils.
And a great hit there. That was Stringer right there, just placing it in the middle of all those Central defenders. And I mean, this game is great. I mean, this is gonna be a good one. I can't say it enough. And now, number 16, Maddie Dickinson, gonna serve here for the Tigers.
I mean, viewers, if you were watching last game, listening to last game, might have heard me hit a few tables. And I think I'm gonna do that a lot during this game as well.
I would not be surprised. And then Etheridge trying to just tip it over. Saved by Central. Now Lindsay going to hit it over with her right hand. Now set up for Stringer, and Stringer hits it. And now Hill back up to Stringer. Stringer saved by Lindsay, then saved by Emma Wilson.
I mean, we are seeing the highest level of high school volleyball in the state of Alabama right now. This is absolutely insane.
Now Emma Wilson going to put it up for Monisha Smith. And now Lassiter, this is a one heck of a rally. And just a missed hit by Etheridge there. I saw what she was trying to do, just wasn't able to execute.
I mean, you see the Central faithful coming out from Phoenix City, traveling with their highly rated volleyball team, actually ranked number 74 in the state. And I mean, they're showing out, they're cheering for the Central Red Devils, and this place gets loud when both of these teams score.
And look who's coming in for Central. That's going to be number 4, Kyrie Tate. Heck of a player. It'll be a heck of a game to see how Auburn does against her. As we see Central with another point. Now Central with the largest lead of the game, 9-7 here. I mean, it is early, but whoever wins this first set definitely takes all the momentum.
Oh, for sure. The first set in high school volleyball is absolutely immensely huge. I just want to talk about this team's first head-to-head was on September 19th. Almost an entire month ago. And Auburn actually won 3-1. So Auburn won the first set, and they ended up winning 3-1. So this first set in this championship game is going to be absolutely huge.
100%. And now it's going to be Auburn's point, and we're going to actually see Molly Smith serve here for the Tigers. Smith, a junior, very effective for the Tigers on the serve. It just hits the middle of the net there. Not what you like to see if you're the Tigers. And now Central, the first team to reach 10 points here, as we're going to see Lindsay serve here for the Red Devils. Now Lindsay hitting it just over the top. Now Stringer, saved by Parrish. Lindsay up to Emma Wilson, and Lassiter diving for that, but just unable to get it. And you hear these Central fans, I mean, like you said, they came out to support their team, and we're hearing them all the way from over here. We have a headset on that's supposed to be noise canceling, not really working well right now.
I mean, both of these teams, absolute power on the front lines, even in the backups like we're seeing right now for the Tigers with Gabby Stringer in the game. But like I said, both of these teams have so much power. The wind-up and the line that they put it on, it's like a missile coming out of a rock. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Now the point there by Auburn off the miss hit by Tate, and now it's going to be a serve for Lassiter here. But, I mean, this game has a lot. There is a reason both these teams are playing so hard, because this game has a lot at stake. I mean, both these teams definitely could make the playoffs even if they lose tonight's game. But, I mean, a win right tonight would clinch a playoff spot, which is what you want from your team.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, playoff spot on the line. I mean, if you win the area tournament, you're automatically into the playoffs. But I do have to say, both of these teams should still make the playoffs.
Yes.
Easily, very, very easily. But this is for bragging rights and kind of a highlight of what we're going to see Friday night from the varsity football team.
Yes. Be sure y'all tune into that here on NFHS as well as YouTube, WOTM as well, a cable network that we'll see if y'all can find. But, I mean, big stuff coming on Friday, but big stuff happening right now. And now another missed serve for Auburn. I mean, we've seen that a couple times now in the first set for Auburn. Don't usually see that many missed serves in one set for this Tigers
Yeah, I mean,
team.
the sophomore, Eliza Hill, very first area tournament. Nerves could be on the line. I mean, nerves are definitely present for all these players, but especially for the sophomores. And that's going to be a touch net violation, so Central now up 14-10.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot tonight in this tournament. And you see how Fettner and both of these middle blockers, these very talented middle blockers, as we see Tate there, the star middle blocker for the Central Red Devils, just hitting it over the net there. And she's going to be subbed out for number 9, Amaria Harris for the Red Devils. But whenever you, if you're Fettner or you're Tate, whenever you're trying to hit that, hard ball over the net, I mean, it's kind of tough to keep your hand off the net sometimes. Now
you have
Stout
to
with the
position your
save.
body, you have to position your arms in a perfect way. And what a hit by Leah Beeson right there, the senior, one of the 3 seniors for this team.
And Beeson's also come out, and, I mean, we talked about it earlier, 3 seniors on this Auburn team. You know, I mean, obviously they were all part of that team that made a run last year, that very skilled Auburn team, but still didn't win a state championship, which obviously is every volleyball player's dream.
Yeah. I mean, every athlete, high school athlete, I mean, it's their state to win. It's just their dream to win state. Excuse me, got my words a little mixed up there. But, I mean, we saw it. Every single sport wants to win state. They want to compete at the highest level and maybe play D1 or somewhere in college.
Now we'll see Auburn try and tie it up here. Now Emma Wilson hits it over the net. Now Beeson over the top, and Beeson, that is just knocked
Who
away.
else?
And
Who
who
else
else
but
but
Tate?
We
Who
said
else?
it in unison. And wow, this is really, you know, in your opinions, it's a checker match. Me, more like chess. But, I mean, either way, this game it's something to watch. If you're a volleyball fan, like, you're probably licking your chops right now at how good this game is. Now Etheridge winding it up, and it's
that
going to hit.
almost
and
went the basketball goal. That was almost a three-pointer.
It did hit the ceiling. It did hit the ceiling right there off the hit from Lindsay. And you see the Central coach talking to their players. Both of these coaches, really great minds in the sport. Possibly, hopefully, have them on the Play Callers podcast someday.
Maybe. At Reese Kinder.
Yeah, if y'all haven't listened to the Play Callers on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and now YouTube, where we interview all the brightest coaches from Auburn High School sports.
And, I mean, you may be thinking it's just football, but it's not just football. We've gotten Coach Simo, Coach Link. We're trying to get Coach Carter on the podcast at some point. And we're actually going to start having players in a few weeks.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you're interested in anything Auburn High School sports or high school sports in general, please just check it out.
Yes, 100%. And now we'll see Parrish here for Central, going to serve it here. Central up by 1, 16-15, in a very close first set. Now Beeson going to hit it cross court.
What a perfect
sneaks
hit right
it
on the
in.
line.
What a hit there by Leah Beeson. And there's the first table hit of the night, at least for this game. And, I mean, Auburn tying this up now for the first time in a while, and now with a chance to take the lead with Dickinson serving it here for Auburn. Dickinson serves it up. Hammock with the control. Lindsay just going to fake like she's going to set it and serves it over. Well handled by Stout.
Gabby
Stringer, and this place just got loud. What a hit there by Stringer. Absolutely putting the business on that ball. And now Auburn with their first lead in a while in this first set. And now
Not
Dickinson.
supposed to be biased, but go Tigers.
Yes.
Like Frank said.
Go
Probably.
Tigers.
Probably Frank said it.
Most likely. And now Dickinson here with her second straight serve. And just a miss hit there, a rare miss hit by Emma Wilson for the Red Devils. And now Auburn taking their biggest lead of the night at 18-16 in this first set. And if you're Central,
all the momentum right now.
yes. Now Lindsay just sneaking it over, but it's going to go out of bounds. I thought that was out of bounds, but the ref sees it otherwise. And so that's going to be point for Central. I mean, the ref is the one that's closest to it, so we don't see eye to eye sometimes. And now Lassiter saving it. Great job there.
Great job by Stout to get with the mentality to get it over the net and having the awareness that that's 2 hits already.
And Central, as soon as Auburn gets up 2 points, storming right back, now making it 18-all, and now with the chance to take back their lead. Now Stout hitting it up. Etheridge just going to tap it over the top. Hammock's having none of it. Monisha Wilson going to hit it over. Now Dickinson skies it. Now Emma Wilson setting it up. And it looks like
Stringer touched the net.
Yes. It looks like Gabby Stringer touched the net there. Tough break for Auburn. And now we're going to get a timeout by Auburn. And all the momentum is going Central's way as you hear the fans. We're going to send you to a very quick commercial break. We'll be back here in this exciting matchup.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality,
tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
We are doctors,
PTA moms.
Patriots.
We are Americans.
We like Game of Thrones.
I'm obsessed with Star Wars.
I've seen every episode of SpongeBob because that's what my daughters like to watch.
We are Sikhs.
Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School, and still the first set here. Auburn down by 1 point to Central, 19-18, in what has so far been a great match between these two heavyweights.
What a dig by Dickinson right there.
Now Stringer just taps it over the side. Now a little bit of miscommunication, but it works for Central. Monisha Wilson hitting it, although she kind of collided with Emma Wilson there for Central. And now Auburn down by 2 here, and Central 5 points away from taking this very crucial first set. And now Etheridge trying to hit it over the top and just skies it just a little bit. And now it's going to be 21-18 Central. And once again, this is the Area 4 championship, so this game means a lot.
Means a lot indeed. Both these teams, I mean, immense bragging rights. I said it earlier, but Taylor's hottest take is that Auburn versus Central is a better rivalry than Auburn versus Opelika in the recent years.
Yes. And now Auburn with its first point in a while. And now we're going to see Smith come in for the Tigers to serve the ball. Now Smith here looking to get Auburn right. And now Lindsay with the hit. And Lindsay hits it over the top, out of bounds, and that's going to be Auburn's point. And now Auburn with their own answer. I mean, these teams honestly couldn't be more evenly matched, at least from what we're seeing on the court. Now we see Smith here serving it. And Monisha Wilson, great block by Stringer. Now Monisha Wilson going for it again. Now Lassiter, now Farr hitting it over the top. Parrish having none of it. Monisha Wilson. Now Dickinson saves it. Great save by Dickinson. Farr going to hit it over. It's just another great play, and you saw the energy there by Tate. What a play there. What a rally, though, between these two teams.
Both these teams, I mean, 1 and 2 seeds, the top dogs in Region 4, and some of the top dogs in the state of Alabama, proving why they should be in the playoffs, even if they don't win the tournament.
And now Stringer going to hit it over. And Stringer is going to hit it over. What a play there by Gabby Stringer as she's going to sub out for Fettner. In this game, it's almost like a heavyweight boxing championship. Just each team just left and right hitting each other back and forth. One team scores, the other team answers.
It's not like a Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis. It's a Tommy Fury versus KSI.
Good shout, good shout. Now Hill going to set up for Farr. And another great play by Tate. And Tate just showing why she is that player, that girl. And now Central up 23-21 as Taylor has to adjust our table from how much
the table is now broken.
Yeah.
Timeout.
Timeout. Coach Carter doesn't like what he sees. And we're going to keep it here, actually. I mean, Auburn, right now it's 21-23. But, I mean, either team, both teams are playing really high-level volleyball. What are you seeing from Auburn so far in this game, and how do they get this crucial first set?
I mean, Auburn, amazing team. I mean, it proves with the 1 seed. First set, kind of lack of communication, I will say. I mean, Adeline Lassiter, the most verbal player on the team, has not really been as communicative to her team. I mean, not as many words, not calling for the ball as much. But, I mean, it's a loud environment. I mean, it's probably a little bit hard to hear each other when you have the crowd screaming, "Let's go Devils" on the other side, and the crowd on the home side cheering, "Let's go Tigers." But, I mean, this Auburn team has played very, very good. Timing is great. I mean, communication is there. I mean, it's par, but it could be a little bit better.
Yeah, I like that you actually said that about the communication. I actually noticed that too looking back on it. I mean, this Auburn team not nearly as vocal as they usually are, or at least we can't hear it from up here. But like you said, yeah, this is a tough environment. Central's fans really showed out, and it's really having an effect on this home Auburn team. And now Monisha Smith going to serve here. Central 2 points away from winning the first set. Now Dickinson up to Fettner. Fettner hits it over, and that was the one time that Tate wasn't able to hit it back because Fettner hit it with so much power she couldn't control it.
I mean, in the preview of the game, we were talking about fireworks. That was definitely a big one right there on the 4th of July.
And that's going to be a matchup to look out for the rest of the night. Fettner versus Tate, playing the same position, middle blocker for each team. So far, I would say Tate's winning, but Fettner right there, absolutely victorious.
Exactly. I mean, Fettner, absolutely insane. And she's only a junior. Next year, she's going to lead this team to even greater things.
100%. And now Tate just leaping over the top. And now Smith calling for it. Smith hits it over. Lindsay sets it up for Emma Wilson, and Wilson just Fettner not able to control it there for the Tigers. And now match point for Central, 24-22. And they're going to send Tate to serve it here. They're going to sub her in. And let's see if Auburn can hold off the Red Devils. And Tate hits it into the middle of the net. Bit of a risky move there. Tate hasn't served it that often, but they were hoping to spark something here. And now Auburn with the ball. Hopefully they can somehow come back into this thing.
Our best server, Zoe Stow, is up to serve. And, I mean, last game against Smith Station, I think we saw her get about 12 in a row. So
I mean, Coach Carter knows how crucial this first set is. That's why he's bringing in the big guns. And now Hill setting it up for Fettner. Fettner, great save there by Lindsay. Another save by
oh, my God. I thought that was a point.
And now Beeson. Beeson in the middle of the court from the right side. What a hit there by Beeson. And now 24 all. And you also, great point that you just made to me. As we go into this timeout, we're going to keep it here. This game is 24-24. 25 is actually not going to win this first set. You have to win a set by 2. We haven't seen it any of the games that me and you have commentated, but we see it here.
We could see this go to about 40-40
yes.
in the first set.
You wondered how does a game tie up? Well, if any game's going to tie up at the end, it's this game because of how evenly matched these teams are.
I don't think they'll do that for area tournament.
Exactly.
Though, for sure.
For the area championship, it's not going to happen. One team will come out victorious, and right now, who's it going to be? We don't know, but we're sure that those coaches are getting their teams hyped up for this very important match point. And now we're going to see Stow serve it here for Auburn. Coach Carter going with old reliable Zoe Stow.
Old reliable indeed, Max.
And actually interesting, Tate out of the game for Central. Very interesting. In for her is actually number 9, number 9, Amaria Harris. Now Beeson over the top, and Beeson down the line. What a hit there by Beeson. And now 25-24, 1 point away are the Tigers from taking this first set. And now a timeout by Central. And we're going to keep it here once again. This game, if you're not excited, I don't know what's going to get you excited.
I don't know how my headset hasn't fallen off, Max.
Yeah.
Been jumping up and down. I've been silently screaming at my fellow co-hosts and my camera people. But, I mean, this game is absolutely insane so far.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said, if this doesn't get you out of your seat, I don't know what will. I mean, I don't understand. This game is insane. I mean, this is part of the reason why we watch high school women's volleyball. This is it. This is what you play for.
This is top class. This is 7A high school volleyball, Auburn versus Central that we expected.
Yes, 100%. And we've said it a bunch of times, we predicted fireworks, and it's still only the first set, and we're at 25-24, as evenly matched as it literally could be. And now Auburn with the chance to take the very crucial first set. And if Auburn takes this first set, I mean, I wouldn't go as far to say as that gets them very, very close to winning this game. Now Stow with the serve. Controlled by Hammock. Lindsay serves it up for Emma Wilson. Wilson hits it over to Stow. Now Fettner over the top, and Wilson saves it. Hammock now serving it up. Wilson going to hit it over to the other side. Stow easily controls it. And now Hill!
Let's go!
Hill with the short hit, the little flick over the net, and Hill.
Eliza Hill, the sophomore.
Eliza Hill, the sophomore. The Tigers get the first set 26-24 over the Central Red Devils. We're going to send you to a commercial break. But wow, let's get ready for a great second.
Fireworks.
Come on! Oh, what a bad call! You have no business being out there. Terrible!
You know, I'm a person too.
The life of every child is precious beyond measure. If you care for a child with a disability and have limited income and resources, help is available. Children with a physical or mental disability or who are blind may qualify for monthly cash payments through the Supplemental Security Income Program, or SSI. The program provides help to meet basic needs for food, clothing, or a place to live, and disability-related needs. It's money that can make a meaningful difference. If you're the parent or caregiver of a child or teenager you think may be eligible, call Social Security at 1-800-772-1213 or visit ssa.gov/SSIkids to learn how to apply today. That's ssa.gov/SSIkids. It's real help for the children. Message produced by Social Security at U.S. taxpayer expense.
When you take your car in for an oil change, a good mechanic will also take care of other routine maintenance to make sure your car runs safely and efficiently. Protecting your health isn't much different. When you get a COVID-19 vaccine, it's important to make sure you're also protected from other serious but preventable diseases. It's easy and convenient to get other routine vaccines at the same time as a COVID-19 vaccine. So make sure you ask a healthcare professional about other vaccines you may need to maintain your health.
Welcome back to Auburn High School, and what a first set that was. I mean, I'm still like shaking from that set. I mean, we're up here jumping in the booth, and now Auburn going into the second set with a 1-set lead. And wow, what a big first set that was for the Tigers, able to get that win in that first set. But Central gonna try and storm back here and take the second set. And we'll see in for the Tigers is Lassiter. Lassiter, Beeson. We got Molly Smith in there as well. Stringer, Fettner, Hill, and Farr. And subbing out is going to be Stringer for Lassiter. And then on the Central side, we got Harris. We got Monisha Wilson and Emma Wilson. We also have Cameron Hammock, the libero, and then we also have Lindsay in there as well as Tate.
I will say, according to Safari, if you win the first set, your chances of winning go up to 78.2% instead of, I would say, about the 50-50 that came into this game.
Yeah. So once it, like you said right there, I mean, yeah, big win for Auburn, able to get that first set. Obviously not over by any means for Central, as they just got the first point there. Kind of a controversial call there from the ref. They weren't actually sure who got that. And now Lindsay will serve it here. Now Hammock going to set it up for Lindsay. And now Emma Wilson over the top. Now Farr trying to spike it over. And great save by Parrish. The coach sprinting out of the way.
Oh, my.
Monisha Wilson.
Max, this is about to give me a heart attack.
And now Unable to save that for Central was Tate, and now Auburn will get their first point of the set. And now Hill is going to start, or excuse me, Hill is going to serve here for the Tigers. Now the Tigers, excuse me, the Devils. Emma Wilson over the top. Beeson controlled by Parrish. Lindsay up top. Manisha Wilson gets through, and it's going to be point Central. It just cuts in the middle of Hill and Lassiter. Perfectly placed by Manisha Wilson, and Central up 2-1 early in the second set.
Right in the perfect spot. We were talking about it earlier. If you can get it in the back, right by the line or the back corner, you're going to get a point probably 9 out of 10 times.
100%. Now for your Auburn, you need to compose yourself a little bit here. Very energetic first set. Need to calm down a little bit here, play your own game. Now Wilson able to save it there right at the net. Easily controlled by Smith. Up to Fettner. Fettner over the top, saved by Hammock. And now that's going to be Poole, and Poole just not able to hit it over the top. Kind of actually hit back by Fettner. And now it's going to be an Auburn point, and it's going to be 2-2. And now coming back in is the serving specialist, Zoe Stow. Summing out for her is Smith. Also, Etheridge coming in the game for Farr. And Hammock just unable to control that ball. And now Auburn with 2 straight points, up 3-2 here. Stow going to serve again. We'll probably say that a lot tonight.
Stow serving again. Probably we'll get 12 in a row again. Absolute serving masterclass. I mean, just perfecting her craft.
Now served up by Hill to Beeson. A great save there. Great dig by Lindsay. Now Etheridge going up for it. Etheridge going to hit it softly. And now Tate jumping over the top. Emma Wilson hitting it over the top. Great dig by Stow. Now Beeson going to spike it back over. Nobody calling for it. Nobody calling for it there from Central. And now Auburn's going to get that point as well. And you saw Hammock there screaming to Manisha Wilson to get it, and she just didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, not lack of communication, but in this hostile environment, both teams' fans showed out 4-2 in the second set. Central down 1 set. Maybe a little bit frustrated with that first set, the way that it went. I mean, maybe just nerves. I mean, you never know.
And now Etheridge gets it over the top, and Auburn with 4 straight points here, and you might have been right about that 12 straight serves by Stow prediction. She's up to 5 right now. As we see the fans swaying more towards Auburn, we saw a little bit more "Let's Go Devils" chant in the first half, but now Auburn starting to sway the crowd here in their hometown. And now Auburn with another point, 5 straight points here. And if you're the Red Devils, you need to compose yourself right now. You see a little bit of emotions on their side. They need to get it right. They're still in this game. They need to get their emotions.
We saw it from them against Opelika. Their coach is an absolute mastermind when it comes to volleyball. Their sets, their motions, everything that they have is just not working right now because they're so anxious about this game that they're almost not listening to what the coach is telling them to do, which, I mean, she's hired for a reason.
100%. The Central coach, I mean, you see how professional she is on the sideline. She has her own pad out and stuff. Now Etheridge over into the middle. Great save by Lindsay. Hit over the top by Tate. Lassiter setting up for Beeson. Beeson with the underhand. Now Lindsay setting up for Emma Wilson. Wilson hitting it over and just unable to save it. That was Hill. But Central finally, kind of calming the storm there from Auburn there with that point. And now Tate going to get back to serve for the Central Red Devils. Now Tate going to hit it over. And a save there by Lassiter. Now Etheridge going to hit it out. Now Lindsay setting it up for Emma Wilson, and Wilson just goes right through the hands of Hill. And now Central trying to get that momentum back. 2 straight points for the Red Devils.
We talked about it in the Opelika versus Central game, and if viewers are new, I mean, momentum in volleyball is like, I don't even know, a turtle versus a hare. I mean, literally back and forth. Say like Usain Bolt versus Zeus running. I don't know. But it's like a lightning bolt. I mean, it sways back and forth. It's like a balance beam. It goes like this, and now Auburn with the momentum.
There you go. And Etheridge, what a hit there. And now Stringer coming in for Lassiter. But you're absolutely right. I mean, if I had to make a football comparison, I'm a football guy first and foremost. But, I mean, if I had to make a comparison, it's almost like getting a turnover, getting a pick 6 in football. That's how much momentum means for the game of volleyball. And now Emma Wilson just unable to squeeze it in there. Great idea for her, though. And now Fettner going to serve it for the Tigers. 8-4 here for the Tigers. The Tigers trying to start to pull away here in the second set. And Fettner, we've seen that a couple of times from her. I know what she's trying to do. She's trying to hit it off the top of the net, so it kind of bounces off funny, but unable to get it there at that time. Hits it in the middle.
Yeah, Fettner not specifically known for her serving. One of the last on the serving position, like the rotating order. But, I mean, good idea, just poor execution right there.
Now we got Emma Wilson setting it up, and that's actually a new player in the game for Central, number 14, Margaret Yielding. Now Hill setting it up for Beeson, and Beeson just hits it into the net. And now Central storming back, making it 8-6 here. And the Red Devils, watch out. They're starting, the momentum is kind of swaying back. Like you said, that balance beam kind of being more balanced to the Red Devils. Now Hill hitting it up. Stringer! Just out of bounds. Great idea, though, trying to sneak it in there. If she had that just a little bit more inside to the right, that would have been a point there.
I mean, Stringer, every time she goes up to spike the ball, I mean, everyone's fist clenched. Everyone gets super excited. I mean, that was absolute powerhouse just offline, and another point for the Tigers.
Yeah, the Tigers up 9-7 now in this second set. And as we're going to see Dickinson come in for Beeson, as well as we're going to see Hope Richard, her first time actually in the game. She's going to come in for Eliza Hill. Her second time in the game. We'll see if she can make an impact. Now that's going to be Yielding hitting it over for the Red Devils. Dickinson serves up. Stringer inside for the Tigers. Auburn, the first of 10 points in the second set. 10-7 here for the Auburn Tigers, as Dickinson is going to serve for Auburn here. Auburn gaining a little bit of an advantage here. And subbing out, Stringer makes it look so easy, hitting it over the top there, just tapping it over, just a light tap. Now Auburn up 11-7.
Countdown, Alexander Frank's player profile, Gabby Stringer, coming in clutch in the championship game. Shout out Frank, go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Make a fantasy trade with me, Frank.
And now we got Etheridge hitting it over the top and unable to control his hammock. Now Auburn storming back. I mean, this is just a game of runs at this point. I mean, you saw Auburn start off really good. Central comes back, Auburn comes back, Central comes back, and now Auburn once again coming back 12-7 right now.
I mean, if fantasy volleyball was a thing, I would want Connolly Etheridge on my team. She has scored so many points in this area tournament, and really all season since she got moved up to varsity.
You see there, that's been kind of a problem for Auburn this game, kind of crowding the outsides of the box, trying not to get it, in those corners. But you just saw the middle was wide open, Central taking advantage. Now we'll see Parrish here serving it for the Red Devils. 12-8 the score. Second set. And just a little bit of miscommunication. Stringer acted like she was going to jump for it, noticed it was too high, and it was a little too late for the Etheridge. Now Auburn kind of needing to compose themselves a little bit right here. Try to get too composed, and we saw just a little bit of a late substitution almost there. And yeah, I see you're holding up the T signal, and I think you're right. I mean, Auburn, you might need a timeout here because you just saw Richard just sprinting across, trying to get subbed in. Central trying to move fast and get this game back within reach. Now Etheridge hitting it up top. Now Monisha Wilson.
Yes!
Now Richard
Dickinson
saving it.
With the amazing dig.
What a dig. And now Monisha Wilson hitting it over. Great save by Richard. Style calling for it. Easily handled by Emma Wilson. Lindsay hitting it over. And great tip back. But they call it on I think it was on Stringer again. Either Stringer or Richard. They said that they were touching the net once again. Tough break for the Tigers. And they're actually gonna look this over. I think they kind of disagreed.
Auburn with the point.
Auburn with the point?
I think she blocked it. Stringer blocked it, but they thought she hit the net, and then they called it back.
Yeah, I think
kind of like a flag. They picked it up.
Well, you see they have refs on both sides, one on the ground and one on the pedestal up there, and the one on the other side disagreed and overruled the other one. So Auburn with the point there. Big win for Auburn right there. And what a hit right there by Monisha Wilson. We've seen her all over the floor tonight. And I actually see a couple fans with her big fat head over there.
I wanted to actually talk about that. Wilson, before the game, her mom had her fat head hang up. She was screaming, you know, maybe trying to embarrass her daughter. But, I mean, biggest supporter, mom shout out if you're watching this.
And right there, just bouncing off the hands of Tate the wrong way. And now Auburn is up 14-11. We see Fettner coming in for Stringer. And this game, I cannot express. I've said it so many times, but I cannot express what I'm seeing here. Volleyball at the highest level. And just unable to reach it is
Definitely
Parrish.
volleyball at the highest level, Max.
And now Auburn up 15-11 here. And it's going to be a timeout by Central here. And we're going to take it to break real quick. Take a quick break here. Please come back for the rest of the second set.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free. It's confidential. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
Welcome back to Auburn High School. We see Lassiter with the serve here. Auburn up 15-11 in the second set here, up one set here in the Area 4 championship. Now Richard's going to hit it over the top. And Monisha Wilson trying to set it up. Now Lindsay going to just kind of sneak it over the top of the net. Auburn having none of it. Far over the top, and Monisha Wilson just unable to corral that hit. And Wilson kind of upset herself there. Now 16-11 Auburn, and Auburn with I think their biggest lead of the night so far in this game, up by 5 points. And Auburn trying to run away with this one a little bit. Now Lassiter going to hit it over the top, or serve it. And now Lindsay over the top of the net. Now Richard going to hit it, and that's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be Central's point. Like the idea there from Richard, but just unable to execute. Now Central going to serve it here, 16-12 in this heavily contested matchup.
And personally, my MVP for Central of the area tournament, Jabria Lindsay, number 10, with the master class serve right there. The little fabric of the ball hit the line, and the ref called it inbounds.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Lassiter and Smith were both there, but they were like, oh, that's going out. No, perfectly spotted by Lindsay. Now Diggins is going to get a set up for Fettner, and Fettner gets it blocked by Tate. Second try, Farr here. Farr hits the net, and she actually hit the red beams that you talked about in the middle of last game. If you hit those, it's a no-go. And now Central here going to serve, and it's going to be Lindsay to serve, like you just said, possibly the player of the night for Central.
I mean, if you're if you're the volleyball team for Central right now, you have to be very thankful for these fans that showed out. I mean, I hear a man say, "Let's go Devils," start a chant every 5 seconds when they're down. Maybe getting them some momentum, maybe getting them some confidence to win this game.
And now some subs here for Auburn after they just scored a point. We see Beeson as well as Hill come in for the Tigers, and Hill's actually going to serve here. Now 17-14 Auburn here in the middle of the second set. Auburn up one set, and Hill just unable to get it over the top. Hits it into the middle of the net. And you might see that as a fan and be like, how are you not hitting it over the net? You know, you should just be able to hit it over. Well, if you sky it, then you're setting them up for a spike. You want to hit it just directly over the net, and it's kind of hard to do sometimes.
You want to hit it, it's almost, with her height, it's almost a straight shot. It's almost like you just want to hit the ball completely straight, barely skimming that net. And, I mean, just a little bit low. Timing was a little bit off for there. Right there for Eliza Hill, excuse me.
And now Central with another point, and now it's 17-16. Central coming right back into this game. And now Hill going to set it up for Beeson. Beeson across court and unable to handle his Wilson.
And that ended up in the last row of the bleachers.
Probably maybe a fan could keep that, take it home, Area 4 championship souvenir.
Our wonderful athletic director, Coach Dan Norton, is going to get that ball for the volleyball team. Come up into the stands. What a guy. I mean, we interview him almost every single football game. He's super nice to us. Very thankful to have him as our athletic director.
Yes, a man of the people indeed. Also trying to help
Comes
his
almost
volleyball
every
team.
single sport, too. I mean, he supports his job.
100%.
Awesome.
I mean, he actually gave us this table that you've been hitting so much before this broadcast.
Sorry, Coach.
Hill hitting it up for Etheridge. Etheridge. And now Lassiter. Now Hill going to set up Beeson. Beeson just going to tip it over two-handedly. And now Emma Wilson able to get it through that Auburn wall. And now Central is 1 point away from tying it up here. And we're going to have another very close contested set at the end. And like we said, it's a big deal if you win the first set, but if you win the second set, going up 2-0, I mean, you said it was like 78% with just the first set. With two sets, I bet you it's up in the 90%.
I bet you it's about 95. I tried to look up a stat, but nothing came up.
It's too high. And now Etheridge going to hit it over. Great save by Monisha Wilson.
But, I mean, if you're Central here, if you win the second set, 0-0. That's my mentality on it. I mean, it's 0-0. Game restarted. Let's go out and play some volleyball.
100%. As Etheridge, though, able to respond and get Auburn the point. Lassiter going to sub out for Stringer here. And now Fettner going to serve for Auburn. Now Hammock. And Lindsay sets it up for Emma Wilson. And Emma Wilson absolutely spikes the heck out of that ball.
Showing why she's the senior leader outside hitter for the Red Devils. Almost said Blue Devils. Thinking of Columbus.
Yes. But this Central team really showing their maturity. I mean, it kind of started slipping away from them. It was 16-11 in the middle of the second set, and they're already down a set. But, I mean, Central able to storm back here. And now Tate hitting it twice, and the ref missed it.
Whoa.
The ref actually missed a call there. Tate hit it twice.
It doesn't matter because Leah Beeson is so good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're Coach Carter, you saw Coach Carter there was livid on the sidelines as well as a lot of the fans here. But even though Auburn's still able to get the point over Central, great grit there from the Tigers.
Yeah, Coach Carter, I mean, legendary coach, been here for, probably way longer than my life.
100%.
Not trying to call him old, but he's been here for a long time. Legend around Auburn High School. I mean, him, Coach Simo, coaches like that, I mean, you see them, make you smile. I mean, you can interview them anytime you want. They're super nice, but he's in game mode right now.
Oh, yeah.
We see it with a bunch of coaches. When it's game time, the lights are on. They're inside of the game.
100%. And now we'll see Stow control the serve from Parrish. And now Etheridge going to hit it over. It's going to hit the chest of Harris for Central Red Devils. And now Auburn up 21-19.
On the last point when we thought Leah Beeson got the point, they actually gave the point to the Red Devils. I have no idea why.
That's interesting.
But
that is interesting.
They might have said it went out. I don't know.
Yeah. And now we got Smith serving it for Auburn. And now Lindsay hitting it over.
What a set right there. Set her up perfectly for that time.
I mean, that was the perfectly set ball, like you said, and then Lindsay hitting it cross court to where there was just no Auburn players there. And Carter going to call a timeout, and we're going to send you to a quick commercial break. 21-20, Auburn trying to win the second set.
Come on! Oh, what a bad call! You have no business being out there. Terrible!
I'm a person too.
Welcome back to Auburn High School as we get ready for the end of this second set. Right now, Auburn up 21-20 over the Red Devils. I mean, the importance of this second set is huge because if you're Central, you completely flip the momentum. Like you said, 0-0 basically if they win the second set. But if you're Auburn, you take a 2-0 set in the championship with a chance to win it in front of your home crowd.
I mean, this home crowd has definitely helped the Tigers. You got a little bit of a student section forming with the basketball team. You got all these parents, all these fans, all these Auburn locals showing out and supporting their team, and maybe even their daughters. Probably.
Yeah. And now we'll see Lassiter hit this up, serve it up for the Tigers. 22-20 is our score in the second set.
I didn't know Lassiter was left-handed, Max.
Yeah. Very, very different than what you see from a lot of players. And now we'll see Emma Wilson serve it up for Monisha Wilson. And Wilson to Wilson. What a great duo right there. And now Central is not going away. 22-21 with a chance to tie it here. I mean, to call this a crucial serve would be exponentially understating it. And with Lindsay serving it, it's almost certain it'll go over the net, as we see there.
Going back to what I said, I think every single set is going to be you have to win by 2. And now a tie game. Just a little bit of miscues from Hope Richard right there, but she'll bounce back for sure.
Yeah. Trying to just sneak it over the net, but just kind of mistimed it, misread it there. Now Lindsay going to serve it again.
What
now
a dig.
Smith digging it. And now Monisha Wilson just skying it. And now Auburn up 23-22, 2 points away. And now Smith is going to serve it for the Tigers, and subbing in for the Tigers is Hill for Dickinson. Hill actually the one who won the last set for him on that last hit. See if she could do the same here.
And I hope she does the same here, Max.
And now Lindsay going to set it up for Emma Wilson. And now, absolute response
what a block
by
right there
Tate.
from Tate.
Tate, who else, bro? Who else?
We can say it all we want. Who else? I mean, you talk about an all-area team from this tournament. If Tate is not on that list, hey, they're paying. The players are paying something.
Different game.
Yeah, we're watching a completely different game. We're in Ohio watching Columbus versus Ohio State. 2 random schools, but we are definitely not in Auburn, Alabama, 36830 tonight.
Now Hill just going to fake like she's going to set it up. And now Smith trying to get to it, but unable to. And now it's going to be 24-23 here. Or excuse me, no, it is going to be 24-23 here, favor of Central. And we're going to keep it here. And Central going to be able to serve with a chance to win the second set here. I mean, wow, what a game so far. I mean, you see both of these coaches, expert minds in the sport, trying to explain to their team what they need to do when they go back out on the court. If you're Central right here, who are you going to? Who are you subbing in if you want to win this second set?
Well, I think
I
you definitely have to. No, not Tate.
Oh.
Tate, as the blocker. But what's most important here is your star outside hitters. And we see that with Emma Wilson and Monisha Wilson. I mean, absolute master class at outside and opposite hitting. They got power. They got precision. They got to be in the game right now, which.
And you're absolutely right.
They actually they are, for sure.
Although I'm a bit surprised. I mean, you got Wilson serving here, Monisha Wilson. Lindsay has usually been the reliable server here tonight. But I'm sure in a time like this, Monisha Wilson, an experienced player.
Well, they do have to rotate. Everyone on the team has to serve in a set. So.
Right you are.
And they do the rotation since Auburn scored the point before and Central scored that point when Wilson was serving. They must keep Wilson as. And now we have a tied set. This is another
set that's going to go past 25 points. I mean, could you have a better game for an area championship? I mean, wow. Just Emma Wilson just missed
I don't know
if
if there's a better volleyball game in the country that happened today, Max.
No, happening right now. This is the best volleyball game going on right now in the world.
In the world.
And Wilson, Emma Wilson getting it back for what she just did a mistake. And now Wilson.
I told you, Monisha Wilson has to be in the game. Has to be.
There's a reason that so many fans have their fat heads for her
and
in
now
the stands.
You're going to see Tate serve, not the strongest server, and she hits it out. And it's another tied set. I jinx everyone, Max.
And we see Tate actually subbed out. Tate very upset there, putting her face in her shirt. I mean, she'll bounce back from it. But, yeah, if you're Central there, that's why I don't understand you don't put Lindsay there in that position.
I mean, the competitive nature right now, tied set. They could have won the set and restarted the game with that point. But just
and what a save by Lindsay! And Auburn back answering back with it.
And Gabby Stringer! Oh my gosh!
What a hit!
This arena is going crazy.
I actually didn't see what happened there. Taylor, break it down.
Gabby Stringer, the goat of Auburn volleyball, rose up and she spiked it as hard as she could, right on line. And we got another timeout from the Central Red Devils.
And we're going to actually still keep it here because I'm too hyped up to send this to break. Auburn up 26-25.
No commercial is as hype as we are right now.
No commercial breaks. And so Auburn up 26-25 with the chance to win this second set. We thought the first one went long with 26-24. This one's going to have to be won by at least 27 points or more. And now Auburn going to be serving it here. Now what does Auburn have to do to get it on this last point?
Auburn, they need to have Zoe Stow serving the ball,
yes.
which she's not in line to serve it. But if they make a sub, Zoe Stow needs to serve the ball.
How many subs do you get in the game? Do you know? I'm not sure. Yes,
I think you get every set. I don't think there's a limit.
Okay.
Because we see Coach Carter, sub in multiple players at each time. I don't know if there's a limit. I'm pretty sure there's not.
And now we got Fettner serving it here. And Fettner's have a couple of mishaps, but usually a reliable player. I'm sure she'll get it over the net this time. And Fettner does. She goes with the high serve.
Kind of with a conservative high serve right there. And Gabby.
And now Stringer trying to hit it in, and Stringer
barely messed that
just
one.
unable to get that one.
And if you're
Central, I know. And if you're Central, as we see, yes, good shout out right there, subbing in for Fettner. If you're Central, even though Tate is, kind of kicking herself over that serve, you got to sub her in at some point here if you want a chance to win the set.
For sure. And Stringer and Beeson, that communication right there was on point. And Stringer with another block.
Stringer able to save that there, goes back to far.
Come on, Etheridge.
And now Etheridge going to hit it from her feet. And now Lindsay with another hard block and a great block there, but it's going to go out of bounds.
Whoa! A little bit of controversy in Auburn, Alabama tonight.
I'm not going to lie here. I do think that is actually Central's point because what happens there is Lindsay hits it. Stringer thinks it actually hit off of her last, or it either hit off of her last, hit off of Lindsay last, or it hit off the net. But anyways, let's get back to this set. And now Central with a chance to win it here as well, 27-26. Lassiter sets it up for Hill. Hill sets it up for Beeson. Beeson!
Let's go!
And that's going to be a point for
That's another point
Auburn.
for Leah Beeson, the senior.
And now it's 27-27. Will this set ever end? I don't want it to.
AHS postgame is going to be waiting for a long time. I'm sure about that.
Get ready for AHS postgame at late night postgame.
Scott Ben Pelt and AHS postgame on at the same time.
And now we're going to have Emma Wilson with the game being tied at 27-27. Etheridge going up for it, and just a block there.
She blocked it out of bounds.
And she blocked it out of bounds. You're right there. That was number 9, Amaria Harris there for Central.
A new player in for Central.
And even though Tate, once again, Tate out there. Setting it up for Lindsay. Lindsay will slice out. Serve there. I could have won it earlier.
This is the best lineup that Central can have in the game.
100%. 110%.
this serve, going with the more conservative air serve right here.
When you take your car in for an oil change, a good mechanic will also take care of other routine maintenance to make sure your car runs safely and efficiently. Protecting your health isn't much different. When you get a COVID-19 vaccine, it's important to make sure you're also protected from other serious but preventable diseases. It's easy and convenient to get other routine vaccines at the same time as a COVID-19 vaccine. So make sure you ask a healthcare professional about other vaccines you may need to maintain your health.
Eyes on the drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Welcome back to Auburn High. You're going to your 43rd snack between Auburn and Auburn. This game has been really close. Although the score of the set right now doesn't show, this game has been as close as it can be. Auburn, although able to come up clutch and go up 2 sets here. And now, like we said, I mean, Auburn's really can't lose. Go up exponentially here. Why is it there? This one. Why is it there? Look, it's not pumping on it. Max, we're good. Let's go. The camera wasn't pumping on it. Also, if you want us to do right? You want us to do post game? Well, hold on.
Diller.
Yeah,
Don't
right
talk to
here.
me.
mean, they got unplugged somehow. I don't know. Did y'all hear us the entire time? Did y'all hear us? We lost.
Just asking Joe to get on the walkie-talkie.
Joel's asking. Are we good to go?
Serving for Central, number 6, Malaysia Wilson.
The mics are quiet?
No, good.
Play-by-play is working, Joel. I know you see the meter moving right now.
Oh my, I can hear him now.
Serving for Auburn, number 9, Eliza Hill.
Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School. Sorry, some technical difficulties on our end, but in the third set here between Auburn and Auburn, it's now 3-3 here in the third set between these two teams. I mean, you know, this game, it might be 2-0 for Auburn, but it's been the closest it could possibly be up until this point. Just the ball falling the right way for Auburn being clutch.
I also think the home crowd for Auburn has definitely cheered them on, definitely made them win those two sets, I would have to say. But again, Central, you're thankful for your fans. Traveling all the way to Auburn, I know it's not that far. It's about 35, 45 minutes. But, I mean, traveling all the way out here and starting chance when you're down, I mean, giving you some momentum. And Auburn now up 4-3, about to win the third set probably.
Hopefully they do. I mean, if you're Auburn, I mean, if you want to put away Central, you need to put them away now. If Central wins this set, I mean, that momentum will shift so quickly, shift like the flash. And Tate hitting it multiple times there, that's a penalty on them. And so
they called it this time too,
Auburn
Max.
point. Yes. And now it'll be Hill serving for the Tigers here. Hill going to serve it over the top, controlled by Hammock. And now Hill going to set it up for Farr. Unable to do it. And now great hit there.
Back and forth.
Great hit there by Emma
game.
Wilson. I mean, yes, like you said, this game has been insanely back and forth. I mean, the championship game, what else do you expect? I mean, these two teams really just battling it out there. You know, these two teams, two of the best teams in the state right now. And, I mean, Auburn, Central, both showing so much heart in this game.
Hill up to Fettner. The dynamic duo strikes again. Campbell Fettner. I would say MVP of the game.
Hey,
between her and Gabby Stringer, it's really cleah.
Yeah,
really,
I mean,
really
you
close.
got so many. This has just been such a team effort, though, from Zoe Stow to Connelly Etheridge to Gabby Stringer to Campbell Fettner to Leah Beeson, who's also performed really well at times. I mean, this entire team has just performed well and really showed their absolute best tonight.
I mean, we were talking to our co-host, one of our friends, Reese, that actually does sideline interviews at these games. And we could not come up with a list to ask. I mean, we could really ask the whole team about their contributions. Because, I mean, you look at every single player on that bench, they've done something in this game. They contributed in some way.
100%. And if y'all want to hear those interviews, actually, those will be on the Play Callers podcast, which will be releasing next Tuesday at 3:30 Central Time. Should be a great episode.
Then, I heard we got another podcast, too.
Oh, yes, we do. The Tigers Den as well. We actually released our episode. Let me check the clock right now. exactly 4 hours ago at 3:30. Kind of a special episode this week. Go check it out because of the fall break. But we release every Monday on at 3:30 Central Time, p.m. Central Time, on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
I mean, I know I'm going to go listen to the Tigers then after this volleyball game. After I go to Buffalo Wild Wings, that's for sure.
100%. And now we're going to have Bettner serve for the
If
Tigers.
I was the owner of Buffalo Wild Wings, I would turn on this volleyball game on NFHS Network. It's been an honor to commentate this with you, Max. I mean, this has been an absolute thrill. I mean, I would say this is more fun than a Disney roller coaster. That's what I'll say.
Taylor just throwing out hot takes here. I mean, it's what he does. But, no, like you said, as we go to a timeout here, pretty sure it was called by the Central Red Devils. Auburn up 9-5 in this third set. We're going to keep it here. But like you said, this is the reason we do this stuff. We commentate these games. It's for games like this, moments like this, where these two teams just pouring their hearts out and trying their absolute best to win something that means a lot to them. And so, I mean, and what a way it's happening, unfolding right now. Auburn just striking back every time that Central answers. And the game's not over. The best part about it is the game's not over. Auburn looking to finish it here, though. How do they do it?
I mean, if you're Auburn, just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, it's worked. It shows on the scoreboard. Close games. I mean, Central's an amazing team. It shows on the scoreboard. I mean, what we've been doing is absolutely amazing. The communication, I said in the first set it wasn't as good. It's been stellar. Adeline Laster showing why she's a captain. She is the captain of the volleyball team and the libero, moving all over the court. I mean, even on the bench, you just hear, like, congratulating her teammates, hyping people up. If their emotions show, if they have a bad serve, she's just there to comfort them. And, I mean, Auburn just timing, communication, sets, spikes, everything, even digs that you'll see right here from Zoe Stow, the MVP of the game, by the way. Probably the MVP of the whole area tournament, in my opinion. But
100%.
I mean,
We'll
Auburn
see
just
that.
playing amazing.
We'll actually see that after the game, and we'll actually be calling that. We won't be doing AHS final. We'll be doing AHS final from the booth this
With
game.
your hosts, with Max Mesman and Taylor Gotney.
100%. But we'll be breaking down the awards after the game. Auburn, of course, winning the area championship. We'll cover them getting the area trophy, so don't go away after the game.
If they win.
If they win.
If they win.
Yes.
Not
I'm
over
gonna say
yet.
too soon.
Not over till it's over.
100%.
You're not first, you're last, Ricky Bobby.
And now another great play by the Auburn Tigers, especially by Zoe Stow. I mean, wow, this Auburn team just showing how they're such a different team than the one we saw against Prattville Christian at the start of the season.
Oh, totally. I mean, like I said, Coach Carter, experienced coach, such a great guy. I mean, he's rallied this very, very young team, and, I mean, they're about to win the area championship.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally 13 points away from winning.
Exactly.
And I can tell you, no shade to them, but after that Prattville Christian game, I know me and you were kind of like,
Yes, we were questioning, 100%. We were questioning. We were like, oh, only 3 seniors on the team. You lose Ellie Pay as well as other stars from last year's team. How good are we going to be? And Coach Carter's showing it to you right here, right now.
I mean,
on
Coach
why
Carter
you should trust
also
this
showing you why he picked these young people, why he picked these sophomores and these juniors to lead this team. And, I mean, the bench is getting so hyped right now.
And you look at the sideline, I actually saw Coach Carter crack a smile, usually a very serious fella on the sideline, but he just cracked a smile at how well his Tigers team is playing. Even though Central just didn't get a point, all smiles here for the Tigers so far because they can smell that area championship.
If you're Central and you want to come back, you got to put number 4 Tate in.
100%.
Central coach knows what she's doing. I mean, that's the reason she got hired at such a, I mean, Central has kind of popped out of nowhere in high school sports. Every single sport they're consistent in. Basketball, baseball, volleyball, football. I mean, everything you can think of. Even flag football. We saw them play our Auburn Tigers and absolutely demolish us. So, I mean, she's a dignified head coach. The reason she has the job. But, I mean, you got to put Tate in. You got to put Tate in.
I think it has something to do with, Tate over there. I mean, she's the leader of this team. But also, we did see that serve, and I don't want to keep harping on it. But, I mean, that was a crucial point in the game last set. And Tate, though, she is still the best player, in my opinion, on this Central team. And needs to be in the game now.
Oh, for sure.
Now, Etheridge hitting it over the top, controlled by Hammock. And
Max.
great hit there by Manisha Wilson, yes.
Max, who do you think if Auburn wins, who do you think is the MVP
Of
of
the
this area
tournament?
tournament? Who do you? You'll say yours, and then I'll say mine.
It is so tough to tell right now. I mean, everybody's just played so good. But in my mind, I'd have to go Connolly Etheridge. Etheridge has just showed up so many times tonight. Not only that, I mean, you saw it not only in this game, but also in that Smith Station game. I mean, you know, she has just come up time and time again. And also, just the improvement and the story behind her. You know, a JV to start off the season, now coming on, full-time starter, and one of the stars of this game. Her, Gabby Stringer, in my opinion.
You want to know who mine is?
Gabby Stringer?
Nope.
Zoe Stow?
I have to say Zoe Stow, the sophomore that was on varsity last year as a freshman. That is almost unheard of in varsity sports. And she's showing why she's been on the team as the defensive specialist. And I would say she's probably one of the best servers in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw her against Smith Station get about 12 points in a row just on serves.
Yes.
I mean, this game, she's also showed up in a big way on the serves.
Yeah,
and on her digs.
Yeah. If they aren't calling her it already, they could call her the ace queen because, you know, she has been absolutely getting insane tonight with the aces. And you see Etheridge and Stringer there trying to make a wall, but just unable to control it. Though Auburn's kind of run away with this one. If you're Central, you really need to compose yourself and dig deep, and if they want to win this area championship.
And I always call it into existence. Tate is now in the game for the Red Devils.
Yes.
What a hit by Connolly Etheridge.
And, hey, like I said, my MVP really performing well tonight, you know. But like you said, I mean, like I said, the entire team could honestly be the MVP of this game. I mean, nobody has really just stood out. Nobody's been selfish. They've all communicated well. And that really speaks a testament to how much this team has improved.
I mean, that was an amazing serve by Molly Smith right there as well.
She's trying to steal South's crown.
I will
though.
say, in a lot of high school volleyball games, as we take a timeout, I'm assuming that we'll keep it here, but I mean, you see a lot of times in high school volleyball, the stars of the team being selfish, always going for the ball, and kind of always running into their players. But I mean, this Auburn team, none of them are selfish. They all work together, and it's such a close-knit group. Watch out for them in the playoffs. Watch out. That's all I'm going to say.
100%.
The record does not show it, but this is a very, very strong Auburn team. I would say as strong as last year's.
Oh. Hey, you know, you said it, not me. But you talk about not only are they great this year, they are going to be great in the future as well.
Oh, for sure. With all these juniors and sophomores?
I mean, we see who were all of our MVPs for the game. Fettner,
Zoe
junior.
Stow.
Stringer, junior. Zoe Stow, sophomore. Etheridge, sophomore. I mean, you look at this team from top to bottom. I mean, you're only losing Leah Beeson, Lassiter, and Mackenzie Farr, which are very big losses, 100%. But, I mean, the players that you'll have back, especially with the experience they'll get in the playoffs, most likely if they win this game, which I think they should at this point. But, I mean, the experience they're getting right now is so crucial for them going forward as well. We see Richard hit it back into play. Now Lassiter with the nice little tip over the top. Anisha Wilson trying to get something going. Farr with the spike. Emma Wilson setting it up for. Now Monisha Wilson going to hit it over.
What
Great
a
dig
right
by
there
Lassiter.
by the captain.
And now Farr hitting it over. Emma Wilson setting it up for Monisha Wilson. Great rally between these two star-studded teams. And we see the hit by Monisha Wilson right there.
I mean, this is just insane to watch. I'm absolutely speechless at what's going on here. And, I mean, what about the save from the Red Devils right there? On the ground, crawling on the floor, hitting the ball up to her teammate and saving it.
And what a hit by Stringer.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that was
okay, I changed my mind about asking Gabby Stringer at this point.
I mean, you see that hit. That's like the perfect hit that you could do. I mean, just rises up, perfectly timed. I mean, there's nothing Central could do about that.
No,
now,
absolutely not. Right on the line and with so much power as well.
Now, great dig there by Smith. And Richard trying to hit it over, but it's stopped by Tate for the Central Red Devils. Central's not done yet, but Auburn is up 19-9 in the third set, and Auburn is just 6 points away from hoisting up that area championship trophy. Now Stringer hitting it cross court. Now Lindsay returning it. Dickinson going to serve it up far to the back. Now Monisha Wilson hitting it through.
Ooh.
Dickinson, oh, it hits the top. And they were going to let it go,
break right
but
there.
unable to
Unlucky
control
break.
it. Yeah, hitting the top there, kind of hard to control off the ricochet. Probably couldn't see it on the broadcast, but almost went in for a basketball goal. Now Dickinson going to serve it up for
Richard!
And Richard!
Tell me that was in.
That was.
I was telling you in warm-ups.
Yes.
Hope Richard, the sophomore, also moved up from JV. I mean, her and Connolly Etheridge both, that outside and opposite hitter. I mean,
yeah.
This team in 2 years will be absolutely scary. And me and you actually watched the JV team. I mean, key weapons on the JV team right now that are trying to make varsity next year. So varsity, watch out for them next year and this year in the playoffs.
100%. And now Auburn just trying to put the Devils away. 21-10 here, 4 points away from the win. And what would be another area championship for this great Tigers team.
I don't know what he wants.
Now Farr going to hit it up. Nice dig there. And Emma Wilson hits it over. Unable to control it is Dickinson. And now it's going to be Central with the serve here, 21-11. And once again, be sure y'all stay after the game as we will be doing post-game AHS final from the booth, as well as we will be covering the all-tournament team selections, as well as the Auburn Tigers or the Central Red Devils.
As well as just admiring our Auburn Tigers hoisting up the trophy with their star head coach, Tommy Carter. And, I mean, assistant coach, Cassie Bailey. I mean, just great motivator for this team, a great mentor for the girls. She actually played volleyball all throughout high school and all throughout college. I've talked to her before. She's super nice, and I mean, going back to our amazing athletic director that actually graciously gives us everything that we do. I mean, supports us, supports HiDef as a whole, excuse me. I mean, this is just a great Auburn High athletics program.
100%. And we'll see Hill serving here. Auburn just 3 points away from the victory, 22-12 in the third set. Emma Wilson just able to sneak it past Adeline Lassiter there. And Central's not going to go down without a fight. I mean, you know, Emma Wilson showing it there. I mean, this Central team, they have a lot of pride, and they, for good reason. I mean, they are a really good team. They should still make the playoffs, even if they lose this game.
For sure. Central is a very good team. I mean, just going up against just a stronger Auburn team.
I mean, you see it, though. Those first two sets, some hits don't go the right way of the Auburn Tigers. And this is 2-0 Central here. So.
And Auburn now only 2 points away from winning the area tournament, storming the court from the bench. I mean, this will be a great moment. And these players, especially the seniors, will remember this the rest of their college career.
100%. That's what it's all about. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
This is why you play high school athletics. This is why you do it. I mean, it goes for us commentating. I mean, these are the moments that we're going to remember forever in college and in our professional life, depending on if we actually do this as a career or if we do something else. Same with these players. They might not play in college, but they're going to remember this moment the rest of their life.
100%.
And now we're 1 point away.
1 point away, match point here. We're on our feet. The Tigers, 24-13, with none other than Zoe Sow to serve it here.
Who else is going to serve a match point of the area tournament final?
Controlled by the Red Devils. Pull try
and Leah Beeson wins the game for the Tigers.
What other way for it to happen? The senior captain,
and they're still in the court at Auburn High School tonight.
And Auburn gets the area championship win over the Central Red Devils. Three sets to none, straight sets, although this game was closer than we thought. Let's go ahead and talk about the game before the award ceremony starts. What did you see from the Auburn Tigers that really got them to win?
I mean, the Auburn Tigers, it goes back to communication. I know you can have the technical, you can practice all you want, you can perfect your craft, but if you don't have communication, we saw it for the crumbling teams such as Opelika and Smith Station that lost earlier today. I mean, they didn't communicate. And also for Central, I mean, give props to them. They made an area tournament final. That doesn't happen a lot for volleyball teams. And they came out with a fight. I mean, the first two sets were really, really close, going into actually extra points after winning by 2. And in the third set, I feel like it was just too much. Auburn overpowered them. and Auburn won the area tournament.
Yeah, as we actually see in the corner over there, you can't see it on the camera, but we see our co-host on AHS Countdown, who will be our co-host on AHS Countdown this week for Central. He's interviewing Coach Carter. I mean, Coach Carter, what a guy. I mean, what can you say bad about him? There's nothing you can say bad about him. Great coach. Been coaching these volleyball players for a while. As, I mean, you know, this Auburn team really showed their heart, really showed their discipline. I mean, did so well tonight. And going into the future, and I'm talking about the playoffs, what does Auburn need to do to possibly make a run to the Final Four and possibly the state championship?
Auburn played great, but, I mean, I will say the defense was not the strongest today. A lot of great spikes for the Central team, and the serves were a little bit high today. I know that they started having them low and they started hitting the net, so they were more conservative and hitting them high. But, I mean, the defense just has to be a little bit better. You can't, in the playoffs against stronger teams than Central, which, I mean, there are plenty of them, I mean, you cannot go to where you have to win by 2. You can't go to 30 points with Thompson or Hoover or Vestavia, like teams like that. You got to dominate, and you got to dominate the entire game, not let them score anything. But great win for the Auburn Tigers today.
100%, and I think they're doing an award ceremony. I could be wrong, and they are. I just got the okay that they are going to. But, yeah, I mean, you know, and if you're Central going into hopefully the playoffs for this team, this very talented team, what do they need to work on from today's game in order to have more success in the playoffs?
I mean, Central, the emotions got to them. Great game played by the Red Devils, but we saw it from players like Tate. We saw it from Hammock. We saw it from Lindsay. The emotions got to them. They got frustrated, and they had to be benched, and they weren't put back in for a few points. I mean, if you're a star player for the Red Devils, you can't be sitting out key plays like they did. So just you need to calm down, get your emotions right. I mean, you think this environment is hostile. Wait till you go to Montgomery or the cities that host the state tournaments, and those hostile environments for both teams, actually, huge arenas, huge stakes. I mean, just got to get the emotions right and have a calm mindset going into those games.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going to send you to a little bit of a commercial break here before we come back to the award show, which will be in a couple minutes.
Who's gonna be
Just tell them to look at me.
What's gonna happen on?
Okay.
In Texas.
When do y'all want to come back?
Whenever they like.
I think Texas. Like it's gonna be.
I don't think we'll speak right now.
Everything.
That would be fine. I don't want to speak like that. We already did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're gonna speak. We're gonna react to the
Okay, deal. I don't care.
I never know that. I mean, whoever wins the whoever wins yeah, he's got there like 15 minutes before we started.
Should I zoom out on everyone? No.
One of worst parties.
Okay, so getting in a week, we got
I mean, you'll be there for like 5 minutes. Yeah, it'll take like yeah, no, they said it's yeah, I know. Yeah, no, literally more than you. Yeah, there's nothing against you. We'll feel more about yeah, no.
All right, we'd like to announce the all-tournament team. And first, congratulations to Central Red Devils for also making the tournament next Thursday. And making the all-tournament team from Central High School, Jabria Lindsay. Also from Central, Emma Wilson. From Auburn High School, Connolly Etheridge. And Adeline Lasseter. And the MVP of this year's tournament, number 4, Leah Pizza. And your AHSAA 2023 champions, your Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, just zoom in, we're going to talk a little bit. Hello and welcome back to Auburn High School. We are here after the awards ceremony. Congratulations to Connolly Etheridge, Adeline Lassiter, and Leah Dixon, all 3 winning awards. Leah Dixon actually winning an MVP. And congratulations to the Central Red Devils, to Fury of number 10 and number 8, Hannah Wilson, for also winning their awards for the...
Hey, is game day going
What did
right
you
now?
see from these people that won such these sought-after awards? So first off, for Central, I mean, Jabria Lindsay, we saw with her serve.
No, yes,
The
sorry,
only player I'd say
but
that was
can
better
you
at
hear them
serving
right now?
possibly was Zoe Snell. You know, but Jabria
They just
Lindsay,
started, nobody peeked them in.
she was also out there when we talked about the emotional. She was out there saying, hey, as a sophomore,
They're
too.
definitely
Yeah.
talking right now. Do you need me to tell them to stop?
As a sophomore, she doing really good. And there's Emma Wilson as well.
That's what I thought too. Okay, when do you want them to go? Okay, they said that he needs you to let them know when you want to go because they go with the, I said after the award ceremony. He thinks after this.
No, it's fine.
Are y'all ready? Wait.
No, we are.
I'm sorry. They are ready. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello and Back to the Auburn High School main gym. We just saw the Auburn Tigers defeat the Central Red Devils and the Area 4 state region. But we saw 3 players from Auburn such dignified awards, just sought after awards in this area. We saw area tournament MVP, and we saw Connolly Etheridge, Madeline of the championship, and then to the second place in the region. I think they're a playoff personally, but how about number 8 Emma Wilson and number Lindsay awards for the Central Red Devils?
Yeah, for all players. Jabria and Lindsay, first off, I mean, she was, the heart of the Central team. I mean, you saw her on court senior campaign. Like you said, they should be in the playoffs after the performance in this tonight. But Emma Wilson, once again, passes down on the other side of the court. She was just a great player. And then for Auburn, the all-tournament team, Adeline Lassiter, the captain of this team. What else can you say about her? I mean, the senior, the captain of this team, the libero. I mean, she played so well. And then Connolly Etheridge, who I predicted. Congratulations in winning that award, and honestly well-deserved for all of these players. And what a night. I
mean, really, it could have gone any way for the Tigers. I mean, every single person on the bench, every single person on the team contributing in some way, if that was maybe sitting on the bench and cheering your team on, or, I mean, like Gabby Stringer, Connolly Etheridge, and Adeline Lasser, and Leah Beeson. I mean, all these starters just performing so well. But, I mean, great night for the Auburn Tigers. And that's going to do it for us at Auburn High School. We had got a big broadcast Friday against the Central varsity football. I mean, we won this game. Maybe we can win the football game. But join us for that. And we've had a great time commentating for y'all. From me and my co-host, Max, we'll see y'all next time.
Go Tigers.
We're not taking anything. So we can turn the camera off.